Bum, 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 bum. Oh. Hello, beautiful people. Hope you're all well. Welcome back to the Alternate Corner. We got a trial, well, semi-trial, standing ground trial. Oh, I need to tweet it out, don't I? It would work if I tweeted stuff like this out. Um, let's go. Right, let me just tweet this out. Oh, I know you know what I'm like. Those are regulars. Oh, here she is, Sarah P. Hello, Sarah P. Literally, probably the first one every day, or nearly anyway. Right, YouTube. I gotta talk out loud because I gotta know what I'm doing here. There, YouTube channel here. There. Right, pause that. How do I get the? I always do this. Oh no, not that one. Share, Twitter, and here we go. Welcome to the first Happy Days Fridays. We will be covering, be watching the actual standing ground defense. Fine. So that's fine. Just need to shorten now the actual link. Oh, and then tweet, tweet, sent, done, done, done. Uh, Happy days done now. I'm done. I'm back. Right. We got this trial. Let's have a look. This is a interesting standing ground trial. It's called. Oh shit. Uh, ballerina murder trial, Florida versus Ashley Benefield, stand your ground hearing, day one. Spoiler alert, there's 2 days. But the second day is like 50 minutes. So the first day is like 9 hours. So I worked out it's probably gonna be about 9 hours minus that, carry over the one times that. So it's probably gonna be about 6 hours, and I'm probably not gonna play 6 hours today, if I'm being completely honest with you. I'm aiming to stream for about 4 hours. So whatever we don't watch today, we will be watching on Monday at I think that's what we're gonna do. So 9 hours at 1.5. Obviously, there's a break. I will count, so maybe it's 8 hours. So it's gonna be about 6 hours. So yeah, wherever we don't watch it, we will watch the rest on the defense's case, on Monday at 10 o'clock Eastern. That's what we're doing. I don't wanna no point pushing it. No point pushing. Might as well have a little bit of this. But yeah, thank you, Sarah. And hey, Sarah is now a mod. Why? She didn't get much of a choice. I always ask people. I was like, nah, Sarah's just too good. I fucking just give her a mod. Fuck it. So sorry I didn't give you a chance to decline, but it was like I just thought, you know what, I'm not going to give her an opportunity to decline. Right, analytics. There we are. Into StreamYard. We'll give it about quarter past before we start. There's no massive rush. So first, you're on a no, I'm on a well, I'm saying that you said yes, you didn't say yes, but, I would have done it a while ago, to be quite honest with you, but at one point, I just felt I had so many mods and not enough things. Now Madwell's left. She's gone. Um, Spidey's, I think Spidey's got a bit of a fatigue about this channel, and then Heidi and Amy, we've not seen them for a while. They're busy as well with work and stuff, so yeah, I thought, "Why not? We need to get, someone else in." There's not much to do as a mod, to be fair, but I only let people mod that I trust, so, take that as a compliment. And obviously Jamie keeps streaming on other channels, so she's not always able to be here, so, why where's that? Well, there's not many here today for this one. Well, to be fair, I didn't really advertise until 4 minutes ago, but I thought today's went well. Today's session went well. I'm really pleased with today's session. Got some good debates. I don't think Gio was too impressed. She left quite abruptly. Um, but Gio's in every channel. She's on every stream, so I'm not really sure what her um, view is on the Kohlberger case. But that's fine. Can't please everyone all the time. We try, but we cannot. For the rewatch crew, thank you for rewatching. If you're here, appreciate that. Please give it a like and subscribe. We got 2 new subscribers today, so that was really good. We're over the 1800 now. Happy days. Needed that. Needed that. I'm stuck there for a bit. Kept losing people and gaining one or two. Nightmare. Um, I'm gonna put this in here. Copy. Um, paste. I'll put this up top for a little bit. Pin message. Zachariah Anderson. Hopefully, when Rewatch Crew watch it, hopefully they can see that as well. Um, yeah, I agree. I agree. I absolutely agree with Sarah. Uh, Gio can be very opinionated, and if you disagree, she does tend to just bolt it. But I'd say it's easy enough for me. So, like I've got a mic, so I speak. And sometimes hard for me to interpret what people are saying. Um, like even with this, not Sea Swept. What's his name? Superfly. He's like, "No, I believe that Zachariah's, guilty." Well, he's an ex-lawyer, and, I love to hear his opinion on it, it's, I I think it's refreshing to hear people's opinion, that people are willing to actually go against the perceived grain, in some ways, so, um, I've been sat here at some streams where I've said stuff and the whole chat has, been against what I say. It happens, Some people do get upset, but I mean, my aim is never to upset anybody, but at the same time, I'm not gonna not say my opinion, I'm sure there'll be times, Sarah, that you disagree with what I have to say. But again, it's never malicious. It's like if we all had the same opinions all the time, it'd be quite boring, you know? That's why I wanna listen to Superfly, because 'cause I'd love to hear his opinion on Zachariah Anderson, and I'm sure people like Solomon would love to hear it as well, do you know what I mean? It's always nice to hear someone that's actually very intelligent, able to articulate why they believe something. Um, so we can disagree with it, and he can disagree with us, but it's always nice to hear the other side of it. Bum, bum. So everyone, don't be shy. Chat away. It's all good. You can. We're gonna start this in a few minutes, probably 5 minutes. Give it a whirl. Just let people have an opportunity to come in, and then when they do come in, nab them. I'm gonna set up this already. Share screen. Again, I have to speak it out because otherwise I don't know what I'm doing. But Blinder murder trial. There, and that's now I need to cover this. I'll put that there. No, I'm on the wrong side. I need to cover the law and crime logo. Ba 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 ba. Put it there then. Uh-oh. I've seen something pop up in chat. I'm just editing the page and it doesn't seem someone's happy with me. Update layout. That looks alright, doesn't it? I'm covering it. Hello, Shauna. How are you? Lovely. Thanks for your messages earlier on, Shauna. Appreciate those messages. Oh, fuck. Here we go. Right. Hang on. Breathe. Breathe. You're about to get a bollocking again. So just remember, Spider Girl. It's fine. It's fine. So just apologize to her and it'll be fine. She's right. You're wrong. Okay. But never admit that to her. Never admit that you're wrong to her, even though you were always wrong and she's always right. So yes. Let's read it. Hi, Spider Girl. How are you? Oh shit! I thought I was on mute. Bollocks. So do I remember me saying I'm trying to be more organized and make sure to calendar in these lives? It only works if you keep the schedule. In my defense, in my defense, I did say in the last stream that I was doing it at 8 o'clock. In my defense. Now, I know maybe I should have said something, but I am a little bit last minute sometimes, and but I did say it. I know maybe I should have told you, so I apologize. Um, but also, can I just say that you as well, Spider Girl, need to give me a day for Johnny Depp next week. We've got 1 day of Johnny Depp next week, and you're choosing the day. "Hi, Kim, how are you?" And here she comes, "I heard you, that's why I made it." I'm just saying, I know, I'm bad. I know, I'm bad. I know. This is this is the thing. To be fair, I will be honest. You choose, fine. So you don't care, fine, fine. I just wanted to make sure that there was no day that you had anything on. That's all. Um, Spider Girl gives me a bollocking probably every day, at least once a day. It's not always if it's deserved, but mostly it is deserved. Trouble we got is right. We're complete opposites. Spider is very organized. She's very much a planner. I'm not. I'm a spontaneous. Let's just do it now. Do you know what? I'm not doing anything. Let's go on. Do go live. So that's my problem. Um, right. So we have to think next week. Is there a preference next week? Do you know what? What are we doing? Let's put a poll up. Let's put a poll up. I just told everyone as well. Well, Sarah actually, we're watching this right. The Standing Ground trial. It's in total, the whole thing is about 9 hours minus an hour break. So it's probably gonna last on 1.5 about 6 hours. So I'm probably gonna stream about 3 to 4 hours today, and then the rest I'll stream on Monday. But the whole thing is over with. Um, he went in, I'm done with work today. Happy days. You see, Spider? I'm pleasing people. I'm pleasing the people. Um, So we'll finish this off at 10 o'clock Eastern on Monday. There probably should be another 2 hours left. So that's Monday sorted. Um, and it does work out well because, um, I can spoil it. Judge did not make a decision, so we don't know one way or the other, so it's good. Um, I'll put a poll up, start a poll. I'm putting a poll up to see what day next week you wanna do Johnny Depp. Um, you heard. Yeah, so we go Tuesday, Wednesday, option. Thursday, 10 o'clock AM Eastern, or Friday, 2, 10 AM Eastern. You guys get to choose. So we're not doing Monday because we're doing this trial on Monday, 10 o'clock Eastern, to finish it off. Ask your community. I've asked my community. Um, my pleasure, Kim. Do you know what I mean? I'm glad to be service to you. It's nice to be, you know, recognized, Kim. Thank you. See, Spider? It's not hard. Um, Today's the longest Friday ever. Oh, I hate Fridays. Hate Fridays like that when you're working. I'm definitely not organized. I just missed so much because I never knew what time he was streaming before because I never set alarms for all the changes, the timings he made. So I can blame him and not me. Jesus! I thought kept it quite standard, but Anna did actually a weekly thing, calendar. I thought I was very organized. Tuesday and Friday are tied, one each. Right. we leave it up for a while anyway. So let's start this bad boy then. Let me get my headphones on. I got my instant coffee. I got my water, and I got my blackcurrant lemonade. You know, and I'm in my pants. I'm wearing my boxers and t-shirt. That's what I'm wearing. Less to get off later, innit? Banshee, you gym rat. How you doing, Bansh? I didn't know you were a gym rat. We hearing all about you, my man. Yeah, hopefully Toxic had fun last night. It was good to have um just chatting non-trial stuff. I'm talking two trials at the same time, weeks, however long that was. It's a blur to me. You need more sleep, Spider. You need more sleep. Hey, Banshee, the gym rat. No pants Friday. You got absolutely. Do you know what? I was like, I had a shower, went out for a walk, had a shower, and I've been wearing my boxers all day. It's like no one's around, so who cares? Boxers and t-shirt, two items. That's all I'm wearing. Oh, and my glasses. You can't do this if you like when I used to be a director in the university, you couldn't do it. Couldn't do this. You had to wear like shirts and all that. Now, now this is my full-time job. I'm just like fuck it, boxers and a t-shirt. Who knows? It might come off. I have no idea. Yeah, we've heard about your well, a little bit about your regime. You will only eat Heinz beans and tomato sauce. Good man. You don't like black pudding, which amazed me. That amazed me, bunch. And what else? Oh, the kebabs. Well, hopefully the kebabs were nice last night because um, kebabs are always nice with the rice and everything like that. Seriously looking good with the rent. She didn't have much choice. I just gave it to her because she needed to post a link and she's a good one. So I needed a good mod in there. Because I don't know if you know, but we've lost Mad World. I'll say that to everybody now. So we've lost her now. So um whoa, whoa, whoa. That's not what she said. Yeah, she literally had no choice. So just given to her. Bang. Of course, love Blackpool. I'm sure she said you didn't like it. Jeez, and I'm surprised she doesn't eat lamb, which has surprised me. They ate it all and left me nothing last my arm, and you did more toxic. She wasn't here at the time. It's this morning's stream, this afternoon's then. Also, Toxic is a mod with um oh, what's his name? The big streamer, Recovery Addict. So I think she's got enough on her plate, to be fair, Toxic has. I think she's alright, like, still putting the cold case murder trial. Yeah, I heard that it wasn't great, so I've not watched it. Right, with that, I'm gonna start this, otherwise we're gonna be here till whatever. Just a reminder, we're only watching half of this today, half on Monday. Um, let me change this one now. I need to move that. I have to have blood. Yeah, we are. I love her as well. No Talk doesn't like lamb, and she's a mod. This is why she's a mod with Recovery Addict. So I think she has enough on her plate. Banshee, I wouldn't do that to her. We're tiny channel, so it's all good. And it's also nice to get people involved. And she's got enough on her plate. Fair play to her. Um, right, I think we've got that fixed. Here we go. Here's my boss again. Well, I second he should mod her. I don't mind modding her, it's just she's got so much on. She's got other channels she's modding. When she can be she contributes she's worth her weight in gold, more than just mad. Yeah, I don't know, I've not heard from Heidi or Amy, so I don't know. She's a modern recovery addict. Yeah, I know. And she's got the website that, thingy on as well, so she's a good un. She's got a lot of stuff on. So I wouldn't like, if she wants to be, I'd happily do it. It's just more of a I don't wanna just chuck that on her, you know, and get her a mod. Like, I loved Sarah P. I love the fact that she's now a mod. I think she contributes a shit ton as well, so, you know, um, fucking hell. Banshee, what whereabouts in the world are you, Banshee? Where are you, Bansh? Just wait for Banshee to respond. Here we are. See anything there, Bansh? Eh? Do you all see that? So Banshee can see that, uh, Banshee's a mod.
and Your Honor signed an order so designating it. At that point, the burden shifts to the state to establish that the force used was not justified. That's what the statute says, and that's what the case law holds. The standard that state has to meet to do that is clear and convincing evidence. So that leads us to what I think is a very appropriate consideration, Judge White, which is what are the parameters of a motion such as a stand your ground motion? I would suggest to the court that was pretty well defined in the second DCA case of Bowie versus State. I'll give the court the site at 292 Southern 3rd, 471, and specifically page 483, second DCA case 2020. The court there pretty much stated that the inquiry for the court is to entertain any evidence which establishes that the force that was used was not justified, which means, Judge
Happy
White,
days,
that any
Bansh.
other inquiries are irrelevant, specifically motive. Motive, a lot of times at a trial, is not required. It's never an essential element, but when it is available, it's a very powerful tool for the state to present to a jury. Abuse allegations, also irrelevant, as is Ms. Benefield.
My pleasure, Banshee. I didn't wanna do it because I thought she's just too busy. She's a great asset, so happy to give it to her and Sarah, both great assets to this channel, so my pleasure.
Psychological
And because also Spidey's gone lazy as fuck lately, so joking, Spidey, joking.
state. Why are they irrelevant? They're still, of course, subject to the rules of evidence, even if the court entertained them. But the question then is, why would they be irrelevant? And it's our position, Judge White, that they're irrelevant simply because they are not material to the stand your ground statute's requirements. As the court knows, the issue is, was Ms. Benefield in a place where she had a right to be? Was she involved in any criminal wrongdoing? And did she have an objectively reasonable fear of great bodily harm or death? So the case law supports exactly that. One of the benefits, Your Honor, of being in the Second Circuit is we have very well-defined case law on stand your ground. And I'll cite to the court two things in particular that should apply across the board to this hearing, respectfully. The first is in Riggins versus State, which is in our brief. It's at 344 Southern 3rd, 625, page 626. Also a second DCA case in 2022. Therein, the court held that the trial court, this is a quote, the trial court is to assume all facts as true. Secondly, I would cite to the court, also in our motion, the case of Jefferson versus State, 264 Southern 3rd, 1019. Again, a second DCA case, 2018. Here's what the Jefferson court had to say in upholding the stand your ground motion and immunity filed by the defense. Quote, we are mindful that there will be situations where the accused is the only available witness to the events leading to an act that is claimed to be justifiable use of force. This may result in great difficulty for the state to overcome the accused's prima facie claim by clear and convincing evidence. But our result here is mandated by the text of section 776.032, subsection 4, stand your ground. In closing, Judge White, I think that the state will be unable to demonstrate in any capacity, much less by clear and convincing evidence, that Ms. Benefield, knowing what she knew on the day of this incident about DB, which is the objective standard, Douglas Benefield, was not justified in using deadly force to prevent great bodily harm to herself or death. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, State.
State calls Tommy Benefield.
Judge, I suppose now we're into our omnibus motion and then.
And you're talking about your omnibus motion
Yes, sir.
under, hold on one second. I'm looking through. Go ahead and put whatever it is on the record related to
Yes,
Tommy
sir.
Benefield.
Number two, yeah.
Number two.
I had lodged an objection to any Benefield family member testifying without personal knowledge of or participation in the events immediately preceding the alleged homicide. I then followed that up with a discussion about testimony by non-expert witnesses who lack personal knowledge and cited the Florida Evidence Code. And I also included in the memorandum for Your Honor the following. As the court knows, in a homicide case, the accused has the absolute right to open the door or keep it closed as it relates to character evidence. Only the accused can inject character evidence, after which the state is permitted to rebut it. It is the same thing with a witness's testimony under 90-404, Your Honor. Mr. Benefield is limited. The state can establish that Douglas Benefield had a reputation for peacefulness once it's attacked. The rule is very clear. So it has yet to be attacked. Mr. Benefield can only testify as it relates to the rehabilitation of character by the state for peacefulness to his reputation in the community. Mr. Benefield did not live here in this community. He can only testify to his personal perception of his cousin's reputation for peacefulness, which the Florida Evidence Code does not allow. That's our objection, Your Honor, respectfully.
Thank you very much. State.
And Judge, the state does not intend to elicit testimony about reputation.
Okay. This is a great example of what I was saying when we were talking about the hearing is I've heard your objection. I'm going to reserve on it because I don't know what these witnesses are going to say. I don't know quite where we're going. You guys know the case so much better than I do. So for now, I'm going to allow it and I'll reserve at the end for, so keep making your objections. I'm going to reserve on those, at least this one. Some of them might be a more clear call, but we'll pour it all in the pot and see what we get.
Understood, Your Honor, and I might say I'm quite comfortable with the court proceeding that way. I have no doubt.
Thank you. But let me say this. Having sat on both tables, you make every single objection as we go that you feel you need to make. But I understand completely you have just a general objection to all of that character evidence, the background. You want to focus on that particular day. Got it. Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Will stand by yourself, please, sir. Raise your right hand before me.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Nancy, glad you're safe. 12 inches from the microphone, please.
Hello, sir. Morning, Judge. My name is Judge White. I'm presiding over this hearing. As the deputy said, just make yourself comfortable in that chair. You're about 12 to 15 inches from the microphone. You can adjust up, down, left, right, wherever you're comfortable. If you just speak in a loud, clear voice, it'll pick everything up. Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning. Let me just ask, can you see?
Again, Your Honor, it's a being blind a little bit by the court.
If you need to readjust yourself or reposition, please feel free to do so. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Please state your name.
Tommy Douglas Benefield Jr.,
How do you spell your name?
TOMMIE DOUGLAS BENEFIELD Jr.
And what was your relationship to the deceased Doug Benefield?
First cousins.
And how close were you?
We were close our entire lives, and I was instrumental in him going into the Navy. When I was in the Navy, both naval officers, both flying off aircraft carriers, both did other work for the government, and then all the way through his business career and his dual career in the government and in private, probably talked weekly to monthly, depending upon the times of our lives.
Okay.
I visited his family multiple times in Charleston.
And let me just ask,
yes, ma'am.
before he died, where did he live?
Well, he was in an apartment down here at the very end.
But before he moved to Florida, where did he live?
Charleston, South Carolina, 701 Preservation Place.
And where do you live now?
I split time between Jacksonville, Florida, and Atlanta, Georgia. My wife and I have a spa business in Atlanta, Georgia, and I work 2 weeks a month in Honolulu, Hawaii.
And what is your job?
I'm a flight instructor for Hawaiian Airlines, teaching pilots in a particular airplane.
So let me ask you a little bit about Doug. At the time that he was murdered, how old was he?
He was just 1 week short of 59. He's born October 5th, 1961.
And how tall was Doug?
5'9", 5'10".
How much did he weigh?
I'd say 160 to 170.
Okay. I've just noticed that we've been playing this for about 15 minutes, and I haven't got a clue until this came on. Mate, you're whipped by the ladies. Trust me. I just say yes, sir, no, sir. 3 bags full, sir. You know, Spider tells me to stream, I stream. That's how I become ill. She's like, fucking get on the stream. No. Look, our Discord is Suzanne posts a lot on there, so Toxic's more than welcome to. We're trying to do something similar, add in files onto our Discord. So, she's more than welcome to do that and take it over to the other whatever happens, whatever pleases, it's all good. But I'm definitely whipped. So, I presume that the husband here is a flight pilot. I think he's a pilot. He was born in 1961. So 70, 80, 90, 20. So he was 60. He was 60. Jesus, he's done well for himself. This fucking ballerina, she's quite young, isn't she? Um, so that's all I know is that so far he's a pilot and she's a ballerina. And they were married for 13 days and he is now a pilot, I imagine. So I'm just trying to get context of this because I know zero about this trial, but it does look interesting. And again, we're in Florida. Surprise, surprise.
And you already said before he moved to Florida, he lived near Charleston, South Carolina.
In Mount Pleasant, a suburb on the north side of the river.
Okay. And just before he moved down here to Florida, who did he live with in the house?
Just Eva and himself, except for the time that Ashley was living there previously.
So you said Eva. Who's Eva?
Eva is his biological daughter, first daughter, with his longtime wife, Renee.
And how old was Eva at around this time?
15, I believe.
So a teenager.
Yes, ma'am.
When did you first meet Ashley?
I had an overnight. I was flying for Southwest Airlines, had a change in a schedule. They sent me to Charleston, just me, not the rest of the crew, to take a plane into Charleston. And
Yes, and that would be helpful. As I say, I have to get so full transparency, there are people in there that absolutely despise me, um, block me on Twitter for no reason, only because I do not like Brandy Churchwell, and they are obviously very friendly with her. So I don't want any drama, anything. I just want to move on. So that's why I can't go over there as the alternate corner. So um, that's fair. That there's loads of docs there. I apologize. I've not looked at it because A, I didn't know until 2 hours ago we were doing this, and B, I don't have access to it yet, but I will have access. And yeah, I believe it's 13 days, Sarah. I believe. So apologies to Banshee and Toxic. That's the reason I've not been over there. But I will. Well, under guise is fine. Oh no, yeah, I will. I've been under guise already. To look at it weeks ago, but I'll be back there again. And it's stupid. No one should actually give a shit about me being there, but I just don't want the drama, So I'm just like, let's just, I know that that channel promotes Brandy a lot, the Discord. So I'm like, oh, do you know what? I'm not going to cause any drama here. So, not that I'd cause drama, but fuck it. But yeah, definitely. Now we've got Toxic as a mod. I'm sure she can fill us in a lot more as well. So, and to be fair, had I known we were doing this case, I would have got more stuff in place on my Discord. But I'm an idiot.
I texted Doug and said, hey, I'm going to be in Charleston tonight. Let's go to dinner. He texted back, great. April 14th, 2017 was the date.
You seem to remember dates well.
I have a very good memory now.
Okay. So you remember the exact date. It was April 14th?
Yes, ma'am. And I keep a diary and a flight log, so I know exactly when it was.
Okay. So did you in fact meet up with Doug?
Yes, when I got into Charleston, ahead of the hotel, I texted Doug again, and he said, Ashley's not feeling well. Could you take Uber up to Mount Pleasant to the house?
Overruled.
Did you know who Ashley was?
I had never heard of Ashley at that time.
So he spoke it like you knew who she was.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you take an Uber to their house?
Yes, ma'am.
Once you got to the house, did you meet Doug
I met Doug and Ashley together.
and Ashley? Was that the first time you'd ever met the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you speak with both of them together about their relationship and how they met? I'm assuming you were basically like, who are you?
We spent 4 hours together.
Okay.
We started at the house. I got her short life story, their life story together at that time.
Happy days, Banch. Happy
So
days.
their life story
So
together
good.
at that time, did they say how long they had known each other before they got married?
Yes, ma'am. It was almost a sense of pride for both of them that they had only known each other 13 days.
And how old was Ashley at the time?
At that time, Doug was 54 and she was 24, I believe.
So a 30-year difference
Yes, ma'am.
between them. And I think you already answered this earlier, but did Eva live in the house with the two of them?
Yes, she did.
Did the defendant ever mention that she had a job?
No, ma'am. It was only past history stuff and what she was doing temporarily in the 2016 timeframe.
Was she interested in the ballet?
Yes, ma'am. She was a former ballet dancer. And by this time, they talked about the American National Ballet they had founded in February.
So let me stop you
Yes,
there.
ma'am.
So was Doug interested in the ballet?
The way a husband is, proud of his wife, supportive, knew nothing about the ballet except its existence, I think, prior to that.
And prior to this meeting with Ashley and all this, had he ever expressed any interest in the ballet?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So you mentioned February. So they started a ballet in February?
So there's an old ballet that was defunct called the American National Ballet. When Ashley wanted to start a ballet and make this a special ballet, a diverse, non-judgmental, non-stereotyping ballet, Doug found a name and found an old ballet, and that's, I believe, February 27th of 2017 is when they founded it on paper.
So a couple of months
I'm
before
sorry,
you met.
Suzanne. Continuing relevancy objection. I don't want to keep.
Understood, understood.
So you mentioned that was February of 17. So that was roughly 2 months
Yes, ma'am.
before you met Ashley. And how was the ballet being paid for? Did they discuss that with you?
Doug did. They both did.
Okay.
Uh,
Ashley did as well.
she talked about it.
Yes.
She understood what Doug was having to do to raise money and to put money personally into it. Doug was very, very good in all his businesses about doing the founding paperwork and establishing an LLC.
No, I appreciate that, Toxic. Just, hey, let her know she can speak to me freely anytime she wants about any of that. I air my grievances because fuck them now, because I got channel. So fuck them is because that's my attitude towards most of them now. There's nobody I hate more than Banfield. Lucky Benefield is nice, Willie. But welcome back, Willie. Willie subscribed for the first time today, so I appreciate you, Willie. I love the name as well. Let's get Willie out. Let's get our Willies out. Me and Bunchy here, we're like, well, Bunchy's ripped the fuck. So, boxer boys, pants boys. Right, I'm looking for something. I am. Doesn't matter. I'll carry on looking for it.
And he had done the same with the ballet. He had built a website, just typical of Doug, to build it all himself from scratch.
And you said he put his money into it.
I know he put his money all the way till he ran out.
And then did he also have other money?
There were investors, including his business partners and other donors through the process. Yes, ma'am.
So it was actually formed in February of 17, but was there a formal launch of the
So
ballet?
the night I spent with them, they talked about the upcoming events. There was an informal launch in May. There was a formal big donor party that I was a part of, brought all my business partners, a lot of veterans that I work with, to a McKee House event in August, I believe, 12th of 2017. So that's the ballet that I learned when the event was coming out, and planned on being there and bringing all my people.
During this time, 2017, at some point, did Ashley and Doug decide that they were going to have a child, or try to have a child?
That wasn't a part of that first meeting night. We talked about everything else and caught up on everything that we hadn't known. But it wasn't a part of that night. We ended up leaving the house, going back to my hotel, having dinner together. I'm a master trainer in a medical device. It's a pain relief device. It's helped her, helped him. And then they headed back home that evening, but there wasn't any talk that evening about having a child.
Was there talk later on, specifically with the defendant, about the child?
Certainly. Vasectomy reversal is a very intrusive
My
surgery for
bad.
men.
My bad.
And when they made the decision they were going to do that, he and I talked about it at the time, in particular because of my medical device background, that could help him.
So they decided as a couple that they were going to have this vasectomy reversal to try and have a child?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did the defendant,
Fuck me, right? That's what I was waiting for. I was trying to look for this Discord link because they're all invalid. So thanks, Banshee. Do you want me to drop the link for alternate corner? No, don't drop that link in, Bansh, because you have to be a member to get into my Discord. But yeah, it's all good. I'll sign up to. So the one that Banshee put in their Discord is to the oh, what's it called? As the gavel drops. But yeah, no, don't worry about my one. If the people become a member, they get access. If not, they don't get access. So, and, 'cause the ones I got on my channel, they run out after 7 days, I think. So they're all invalid.
That get pregnant that year.
He had the vasectomy reversal, and 3 months later, she got pregnant, I believe, because we talked about it later, that the conception date was July 10th of 2017.
And at some point shortly after that, did she move away from their home in South Carolina?
Yeah, so August 12th is when we had the McKee House event, the big donor event, introducing the other members of the staff of the ballet and everyone involved. Ashley and her mother, Alicia, were there. I was there. And 2 weeks later, I believe on the 26th or 27th, they made the decision together that it would be better for her because of her morning sickness to go live with her mother because Doug traveled for work and was busy. And that was what was presented to me by both of them.
And her mother lived in
Lakewood Village here in the Sarasota-Bradenton area.
Florida.
Yes, ma'am.
And so shortly after that, did Ashley move?
I believe on the 27th of August, because Doug called me both on the way down and the way back.
Did he help her move?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Did he move with her?
No, ma'am.
He stayed in South Carolina?
Yes, ma'am.
So that was August of 17.
Yes, ma'am.
Did the ballet eventually go under? And when?
So the ballet opening, the actual launch to the public was September 18th of 2017. That's a landmark date in this case in my history because it's the date Ashley and her mother went back in the house and got her stuff and she filed against him.
Okay, we're not
I'm
going to talk
sorry.
about all of that.
I'm sorry.
So shortly after this whole time, we're going to skip ahead, did the ballet eventually collapse completely?
Yes, ma'am. I'll answer it more directly. I apologize. So they launched it publicly on September 18th. The biggest performing arts center in Charleston is called the Gaillard Center, Big Performing Arts Center. And they actually held an opening performance on December 7th of 2017. And the dancers had been paid through December 15th. And by the end of the month, everything was finished.
Okay. So by the end of December 2017,
Everything's done.
it was defunct.
Yes, ma'am.
During the time that you encountered Doug and Ashley together and talking to Doug, how do you act about Ashley?
He was completely in love, completely supportive, starstruck, visibly, physically. You could tell by the way he treated her, took care of her on the opening night that I met him, met her, and then it continued through the entire relationship until I never saw them together after the separation.
Okay. And when was that?
Well, physically, August 27th of 2017, when you drove her down.
So you never saw them together after that you can remember?
Well, I'll leave a caveat on that. I spent a weekend down here with Doug, Ashley, her mother, spent one night in the home where Doug was killed or murdered. And I don't remember that date. It could have been after the separation, probably was, but I just don't remember that date. But that would have been the only time that I saw them together after that August 27th period.
Thank you. I have no other questions. The defense will probably have
Okay.
some questions. Thank you.
Cross?
Thank you, Doug.
And let me just say, I completely understand that based on my evidentiary ruling so far, how do I say this? I know you probably wouldn't have asked a bunch of questions, but certainly for your cross-examination and any proffers of cross, I understand it's going to be broader than what it might have been.
Maybe not.
All right, maybe not. And please, sir, feel free to, you can question from either podium, wherever you feel more comfortable.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Benefield. I'm Neil Taylor. I'm appearing on behalf of Ashley Benefield. I regret that I meet you under these circumstances.
I understand, Mr. Taylor. Thank you.
You were a pilot,
Yes, sir, still am.
and consistent with being a pilot and listening to you and your detailing of events and dates and times, it's pretty stereotypical of the discipline that a pilot generally brings to their profession. Would you agree?
Yes, sir. You want the best people up front that work like I do.
All right, and you've told us that as a first cousin, you were very close with Doug Benefield.
Yes, sir. I was closer with Doug in our adult lives than my own brother, who was still alive at that time.
All right. Now, Doug was not a pilot.
Yes, sir, he was.
A commercial pilot?
No, sir, a Navy pilot.
Okay, not a aviator, not like the second seat, but the actual pilot?
So in a multi-crew plane that he flew, the S-3 Viking,
Yes, sir.
he started out as a naval flight officer out of training, and then he became a second in command, which is like the first officer in the airline world, actually at the controls. And that's how he finished his flying career in that airplane. So he flew the plane, he flew in the front of the plane, and not always in that position.
Okay. Now, being as close as you were to him, you were aware, were you not, that he was an accomplished, among other things, martial artist?
I never saw that personally.
Were you aware of it?
I knew that he was a wrestler in high school.
Actually, he was on the judo team in high school, was he not?
Well, he was a state all-star wrestler, which is I'm very aware of, but I was not aware of the martial arts being a part of it.
So as close as you were, he never spoke to you about his accomplishments on the high school judo team
No, sir, more about the wrestling.
or his training in the military for martial arts.
He had the same training. The military doesn't train in martial arts.
Did he confide in you the training that he went through once he left the service through the private sector in conjunction with servicemen, both active and retired?
Not specifically, because we don't talk about that stuff if we're in really special programs.
Okay. Tell us about the physical condition Doug Benefield was in. He was built pretty well, was he not?
He was in terrible condition the night I met Ashley. He was in pain from his ejection from an airplane in the Navy that led to back surgery that year in 2017. He was not in good condition at that time. He became in good condition after he bought the device that I am a master trainer in, and it brought him back to health. He was in very good condition when he was regularly going to the CrossFit. I'm sorry, I don't mean CrossFit. Some fitness facility called Iron Tribe, which is a Christian-based workout facility. And I believe the last pictures of him on Facebook are in that gym. He was in very good shape at the end.
You saw the pictures?
Yes, sir, I've seen the pictures.
Okay. And they accurately depict the shape that he was in at the time of his demise?
Yes, sir.
Now, you've told us that he was, I think the words that you used, Mr. Benefield, was starstruck with my client, Ms. Benefield.
Yes, sir, I would say that.
You're married?
Yes, sir.
Happily so.
Very happy.
How many years?
Just over 4.
All right. Do you own a weapon, a firearm?
Objection relevance.
I'll overrule.
I own firearms, but I do not have a concealed carry permit like they did.
All right. And you're familiar with firearms from your time in the Navy, I trust?
Less from the Navy than after.
Okay. Have you ever fired a firearm inside your home? Intentionally?
Not intentionally or unintentionally.
Did your cousin Doug ever tell you that he admitted to firing?
Objection, Judge. This is part of what we were not going to get into.
So the objection is relevance?
The objection is relevance, and that there were certain complaints against that this defendant made against the victim that were denied by Judge Moreland in a hearing, and this is one of those.
Okay. So is there a written agreement not to get into this and that written agreement delineates everything,
No,
or is
but
this?
I thought we were not going to get into the specifics about it, other than it was shooting into the ceiling.
Well, I intend to stay within the four corners of my motion, but I think it's a fair cross-examination based on what he's testified to, his intimate knowledge of Douglas Benefield.
Okay. I don't know. I don't know what the agreement was to get into or not get into. I don't know what the relevance of this is going to be. It may be relevant. It may not. But again, I don't have to unring a bell with a jury here. So for now, I'll allow it. I may decide later it's completely irrelevant. I don't know.
Understood. May I?
Yes.
Have you ever fired a firearm inside your home intentionally?
No, sir.
Have you ever considered firing a firearm inside your home intentionally to intimidate your wife?
Objection,
speaking-
relevance of this question.
Hold on. Let the question finish. Let the question finish. Go ahead. But,
Thank you.
sir, hold on. There's going to be an objection.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and finish your question.
To intimidate your wife into not speaking any further.
Go
And
ahead.
what is the relevance of whether he
I just need objection relevance.
Relevance.
Sustained.
Did your cousin ever share that with you?
My
Objection
cousin,
hearsay.
Overruled.
my cousin admitted both privately.
Is the answer yes?
I would like to answer your question and be very accurate, sir, like I've been all along.
I understand, however, Mr. Benefield, this is
Yes, sir.
cross-examination.
Yes, sir. He inadvertently fired a gun in his home.
No, he testified under oath that he intentionally fired.
Objection is there a question?
Improper impeachment. Go ahead, sir.
Did
Sustained.
he ever acknowledge to you that he intentionally fired?
No, sir, he did not.
Did he ever tell you that he threw a loaded gun at Ms. Benefield?
Perhaps we talked about that. I don't remember that specific event like I remember the inadvertent firing.
Did he ever acknowledge to you that he punched the dog?
Sarah, I'm just a bit like, I'm fascinated by it because this is obviously not jury. He's just going to decide based on. Yeah, I'm confused. I'm a little bit confused. I'll be honest with you, but maybe it becomes clear. I'm surprised with some of the rulings as well, but I just thought, I don't know. I don't know what I thought. I don't know. we'll just go and see it, I suppose. Oh shit. Banshee, what do you think about Zachariah Anderson, mate? I don't know if you did it or not. Yeah, wrong one. I'm a little bit confused so far. I'll say that. I'll admit that. Here on this trial.
In the face so hard that it rendered the dog unconscious.
That's not what happened in his story to me.
Were you there?
No, sir. You asked me if I talked to him.
Did he ever acknowledge
Yeah.
to you that he punched the dog in the face so hard that it knocked the dog out?
He admitted hurting the dog, but that's
Yeah.
not a detail I remember.
Is the answer to my question no or yes?
Would you restate the question, please?
Did he ever admit to you punching the dog in the face so hard that it knocked the dog unconscious?
No, sir.
Did he ever tell you that he regularly carried a loaded firearm?
Of course.
All right. And to be clear, it was a firearm that was also cocked. All that was necessary was to pull the trigger.
I don't remember that detail, but I'm sure that he carried it appropriately or he wouldn't have carried it.
Okay. You don't know whether he carried it racked or not.
No, sir.
Did he acknowledge to you that he placed a tracker on Miss Benefield's car?
No, sir.
Did he acknowledge to you that he was caught at night by a neighbor peering into
Objection,
Miss?
Judge. Counsel is testifying just to find out if this witness has the information.
Correct.
If
So-
he wants to call a witness, fine.
Your Honor, he's testified.
Hold on. The way cross-examination works.
Yes, sir.
Is that the attorney is allowed to ask us questions.
Yes, sir.
Generally, it's going to be yes or no. If you can agree with it, you agree with it, and then you agree with it in total,
Or not.
or no.
Yes, sir.
And if it's a question about, do you know, you know or you don't.
That's right.
And state, I understand what you're saying on the counsel's testifying. That's another issue. Obviously, there was a jury here and so forth. With me, I'm not going to be influenced by the question. The witness can say, yes, that's true, or no, it's not. I know that. I don't know that. So go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Did he admit to you and acknowledge that he was caught by a neighbor of Miss Benefield's at night, standing in the neighbor's yard, peering into Miss Benefield's window?
I don't remember that from him.
Is that something that you think you'd recall?
Yes, sir.
Is that something that you would expect of the Douglas Benefield that you knew as well as you did?
It's a possibility, not a regular habit of his.
Did he acknowledge to you, Mr. Benefield, punching holes in the drywall of their home out of anger?
I'm aware of one, not many.
And finally, did he acknowledge to you beating up his first wife, Renee, on their honeymoon?
I'm not aware of that.
When he lived here in Bradenton, Mr. Benefield, I want to be clear about something. At no time, to your knowledge, did he live in the same residence as Miss Benefield.
I know that they were on the lease together in the final apartment, but I don't know if they ever were in the apartment together, but they were on the lease together.
Okay, so my question to you is, did he reside in a separate apartment here in Bradenton?
He had an apartment in Bradenton. Yes, sir.
I don't believe I have anything further.
Yes, sir. Redirect.
Your Honor, give me one moment.
Yes, I was going to say, if you need a moment, go ahead and do
Yes.
that. Hold on one second.
Your Honor, something for the court to consider at a later time. If the court would take a look at 90-806 of the Florida Evidence Code regarding hearsay, it states that once hearsay has been admitted and allowed by the court, the opposing party is entitled to move into evidence any testimony of the witness referred to, the non-testifying party, that exists. So in other words, during the state's examination of Mr. Benefield, wherein hearsay statements were allowed, the defense is entitled under 806 to move into evidence the entire statements of any prior statements made by Mr. Benefield, the deceased. If the court will take a look at that rule, I'll address it later on.
Okay, so the doctrine of completeness? The doctrine of completeness?
Yeah.
For that particular, each particular
It's
statement?
actually separate from the doctrine of completeness, but pretty much the same thing. It basically says when hearsay is allowed, the hearsay statement in any capacity or any statement of the non-testifying witness may be admitted into evidence by the adverse side.
I guess it'll just depend on what the statement is and when it was made and the relevance and sure.
Yes, I'll address it with the court at a later.
Okay. Yes, ma'am, redirect.
Just for the record, Judge, I completely disagree that that's what 9806 says. And in my direct examination of Mr. Benefield, I was very specific to only get Ashley's comments, not Doug Benefield's comments with reference to hearsay. So just that will be my response to that. So the defense asked you about this punching a dog issue.
Yes, sir.
And,
Yes, ma'am.
and you said that's not the story I got. What was the story you got?
The story I got was that Doug was sitting on one of his chairs with an ottoman. He always wore short shorts, bare-legged sandals, just like the night he was killed. And the dog jumped up in his lap because the dog was I picked up the dog after his killing, so I'm very familiar with Sully. Big dog, big nails, jumped up in his lap, and he was frustrated, and it hurt. Aggressively pushed is what he told me. He admitted that was more than he wanted to do to the dog, but it was due to his frustration at the time. He pushed the dog off of his lap because it was cutting into his legs.
So at no time did he say he punched the dog?
No, ma'am.
At no time did he say that the dog went unconscious?
No, ma'am.
And the defense asked you if you were aware if Doug told you that he put a tracker on the defendant's car. Were you aware of that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. The defense also asked if you knew about Doug punching a hole in the wall.
I knew about one punch.
And what was the reason for that punch?
Frustration.
The defense asked you if Doug regularly carried a firearm. Did Ashley regularly carry a firearm?
Even the first night she met him in front of Secret Service in the area. Yes, ma'am.
So did she have a concealed weapons permit?
I understand she does.
And did Doug have a concealed weapons?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
Well, it seems, I think it's Sarah P says anger problem. He apparently gets frustrated a lot and he punches in walls. Why would he want to admit he punched the dog unconscious? Exactly. I mean, yeah, sure, exactly. But he's obviously got anger issues then. Punching walls, pushing or punching a dog, no matter. The victim was a piece of shit. Spidey. I have a feeling she will walk. Just like the other woman in Florida that recently was ruled self-defense. Spider Girl. We don't know if she's a piece of shit yet. Well, she may well be, but I've not seen it. I know she's a pretty piece of shit, let me tell you. Um, not knowing anything about the trial yet, like he's not coming across very well at the minute. The victim, but a piece of shit. I don't know. Uh, I think so. However, I had to vote not good because yeah, it wasn't there. Yeah, yeah, no, exactly, Toxic. I got you. I got you, Bunch. I got you. We'll see where it comes. Do you know what I mean? Um, Walker's been through with abusive ex who tried to kill her. Yeah, I mean, Jesus. Okay, I can only imagine that. Do you know what I mean? That's not good. Kick ass. Yeah, yeah. No, I want people to join the website. If you haven't, guys, please join the website. Okay, that's fine. Sorry, Spidey. This guy was a depot where he admits DV, and during the DV case, the judge said he was lying. She was lying. This couldn't. No, fine. Yeah, I have not seen anything, so I didn't realize you'd read that already. We might have to put some stuff in our Discord then as well. Yeah, we'll have to sort this out. Kim, I was not sure if you were here or on, but Solomon's coming on the channel as well at some point once he can get some time. So that's going to be good for this channel. Right, let's see if there's a cross.
All right. Did you have any further questions before we let this witness go?
Yes, one. Mr. Benfield, where did you obtain the explanation about what happened to Sully by your cousin?
Both from Ashley and Doug.
Your Honor, now, again, I would direct the court's attention to 806. And briefly, if I may, Your Honor, I'll read to the court why I believe it's appropriate. Attacking and supporting credibility of declarant.
Yes.
When a hearsay statement has been admitted in evidence, credibility of the declarant may be attacked, and if attacked, may be supported by any evidence that would be admissible for those purposes if the declarant had testified as a witness. Evidence of a statement or conduct by the declarant at any time inconsistent with the declarant's hearsay statement is admissible, regardless of whether or not the declarant has been afforded an opportunity to deny or explain. Okay, so I think any statement inconsistent with this witness's repetition of a hearsay statement by Douglas Benefield is admissible. And I would suggest that the exhibits to our stand your ground motion clearly apply to that.
I don't know which exhibits we're talking
I
about.
don't either. And Judge, I would argue that the only person that elicited hearsay was defense counsel. So defense counsel cannot elicit hearsay and then try to impeach the hearsay that he elicited. So I would object and disagree with that.
Yeah, I don't know what are we,
Judge, Your Honor may recall that during the direct examination by Ms. O'Donnell, Mr. Benefield related conversations that took place with the deceased, Douglas Benefield. And specifically, there was a hearsay objection. The court overruled it and allowed it. That opens the door to 806, Your Honor.
right, I didn't hear argument on it. Which specific statement was it?
I believe, among other things, Mr. Benefield testified to everything relating to the ballet. I believe he testified to statements about how enamored Douglas Benefield, the deceased, was with Ashley Benefield. Those hearsay statements alone, Your Honor, open the door to 806, so that any statement by Douglas Benefield that is inconsistent with that testimony is admissible.
I don't remember any statements where, you know what, this will probably be better. So we're talking about your testimony.
It's okay.
I would excuse you to the
Yes, sir.
hallway.
No worries.
The rule of sequestration has been invoked.
Yes, sir.
That's a rule here in the state of Florida, probably other places too. That says once you're called as a witness, your son is a witness, you're not to discuss your testimony, the questions asked, the answers given with anyone at all until you're released from your subpoena or the hearing or the proceeding is concluded.
Yes, sir.
So that rule has been invoked. So when you're outside, you can't talk to anybody.
Yes, sir. I understand the rule and I'll follow it.
All right, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
We'll call you back in as soon as we can.
Yes, sir.
Hey,
All right, the witness has stepped out. On that particular point, I got some pretty decent notes and I was listening. My notes are not that he said that, just that he observed that Mr. Benefield was starstruck. I mean, nobody clarified, how do you know that? Did he say it? Was it your observations? So I don't think that's necessarily a statement. What other
oh, don't worry,
statement
Kim,
in
I
particular?
won't.
There's one I overruled. I didn't see it as being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, so I didn't see it as hearsay.
Sure.
I know there's one of those.
My objection was on the basis of hearsay.
Mhm.
The court allowed it. And I think if you will, the danger of 806 and why it's can be a two-edged sword is that it does not restrict the subsequent admission
Spidey.
to anything relevant to the hearsay statement that is allowed. It rather sets up the credibility issue. And once a hearsay statement is allowed into evidence, then any other statement that the declarant made that is not available is admissible if the credibility of the declarant is being attacked. So, for example, on cross-examination, I question the witness about these violent acts by the deceased. Some he acknowledges were told to him, some he denies were told to him. If I have an admission, even though it's in a hearsay statement, if I have an admission by the declarant, it is at that point admissible according to 806 in evidence. It doesn't make a difference that the hearsay statement, Judge White, is related to the hearsay that the court admits.
So you're saying if one hearsay statement is let in, whether, and let me also say, somebody might object to hearsay, overruled doesn't tell you if I overruled because I don't see it as hearsay. It was a statement, but it wasn't offered for the truth. Could be that I went through the catalog of exceptions and found as one of those. So I wouldn't read too much into overruling a hearsay objection.
Sure, and I understand.
And 806, familiar with it, and it's when a hearsay statement is put before the prior fact or into evidence, that the hearsay declarant's credibility can be attacked or supported as allowed by the rules. I don't think it kicks open the door to any possible hearsay statement.
I'm lost as well. Look, right, hang on. Hang on. We need something. We need a document. We need and let me Google it. Let me Google it. Because I'm lost as well now. I need to understand what the fuck's going on here. Um, let me put something up here. Ashley Benefield copy. Um, let's just see if there's a quick story we can just read. Right there. Okay, there's one here from Court TV. No, there's nothing in Discord. There's nothing in Discord. I just looked. Sure. Oh, motherfucker, you did as well. Sorry. 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 That's on me. I looked as well. Bollocks. Sorry, Spidey. I must have clicked the wrong bloody thing then. Right, we got it. Yeah, I know. That's my bad. Thanks, Toxic. I think we would still be putting some key documents in there. But this one's quite good. Right, I'm gonna remove this one for a second because I know nothing about this case, and I need to look it up just to get some sort of recognition. Present, share screen, law and crime, share. Right, Bombshell ballerina and her husband shot in the bedroom. What we know about the Benfield murder case. 2 days of motion hearings, fine. Ashley Benefit team filed a motion for dismissal, meaning they want the case charges dropped, claiming Doug Benefield was an abusive husband and she shot and killed him in self-defense. So here they are. Oh, he looks quite young, to be fair to him. He looks good for his age. In 2016, the Benefields first met at a public fundraiser in Palm Beach. Ashley Benefield was a 24-year-old model and ballerina, and Doug Benefield was a recently widowed 54-year-old Navy veteran. A 30-year difference. 2 weeks after meeting, what the fuck? 2 weeks after meeting, they were married. What are you doing? Doug Benefield's first wife, Renee Benefield, died 9 months prior to the wedding from a heart condition. Um, he was a technology consultant and had started several businesses. Ashley Benefield wanted to start her own um, uh, ballet company. So with Doug Benefield's help, they created the American National Ballet in Charleston, South Carolina. The ballet company failed quickly. Soon after launching the company, Benefield found out they were expecting a baby. Due to the challenging pregnancy, Ashley Benefield moved from Carolina to Florida to be with her mother. Um, and gave birth in March 2018. Shortly after, things started to crumble and a nasty battle over custody of the baby began. Court documents show Ashley Benefield did everything in her power to keep Doug Benefield away from her and the baby, even filing domestic violence claims in court. Ashley Benefield said Doug Benefield tried poisoning her and was psychologically abusive. At an injunction hearing, the judge went on the record advising that they did not find Ashley Benefield's story to possess a scintilla of truth. Okay. So on September 27th, okay, this is a different trial. Um, September 27th, 2020, dispatchers received a 911 call around 6 p.m. from a man who said his neighbor had just run over to his house yelling for help, claiming from a man who said his neighbor had just run over to his home yelling for help, claiming her husband had just attacked her, so she shot him. The neighbor was later identified as Ashley Benefield. First responders said he was clear the victim, Doug Benefield, had been shot at least 2 times in the master bedroom. A medical examiner reported one of the rounds entered the outside of his right leg and exited inside of the right leg. The other round appeared to have skipped the right bicep and entered Doug Benefield's chest cavity from the right side. Fucking hell, she's flexible. Um, Based on the entry wounds on Douglas, it does not appear that he was facing Ashley when she began shooting. Court documents state it also does not appear that Douglas had taken any kind of defensive or combative stance. A medical examiner also confirmed after being shot, Doug Benefield fell to the ground and it appears that he may have struck his head on the wall on the way down. Court documents state he did have an abrasion on the back of his head, which matched a small patch of disturbed drywall on the bedroom wall. Did have an abrasion on the back of his head. Okay. 4 shots were fired. Okay, now I've just seen the legs. 45 caliber casings were found on the master bedroom floor. A police affidavit said a loose projectile was also found on the floor, and 2 more were found embedded in the walls of the home. I mean, they will want to try and get as many men on that jury as possible. Phew. A warrant for Ashley Benefield's arrest was filed about 6 weeks after the crime on November 4th, 2020, charging her with a second-degree murder with a firearm. The arrest affidavit presented the above facts of the case and confirmed when first responders tried to question her about what had happened. Her legal counsel had already arrived at the crime scene, and her counsel told police she did not want to make a statement. Ashley did, however, make a spontaneous statement to me advising her years were still ringing. The affidavit reads, photographs were taken of Ashley Benefield within an hour of the shooting and the second time a few days later, and there were no injuries on her besides a scratch on her right side. Detectives said the scratch allegedly appeared to be old and very minor. A witness explained Ashley got the scratch on her right side the day before the shooting when she was inadvertently scratched from someone when someone walked by her carrying a box. The affidavit states. Oh yeah, that scratch is nothing. At the time of the arrest warrant was filed, prosecutions claimed prosecutors claimed numerous requests had been made to Ashley Benfield's legal counsel to set up an interview to talk about what happened the night of the shooting, but she had provided a statement. She had not provided a statement or interview. The state claims Ashley Benefield was motivated to kill Doug Benefield, saying since she found out she was pregnant with their child, she actively worked to ensure he stayed away from their baby. She filed several domestic violence claims in court, but all were closed and no criminal charges were ever filed. Um, Based on these cases and Ashley's actions leading up to the murder of Doug Benefield, it appears that the main focus of these complaints was to keep the child away from Douglas. The affidavit reads, it appears Ashley had exhausted all legal means of keeping the child away from Douglas before the shooting. A judge set Ashley Benefit's bond at $100,000, which she paid. She now has a court-issued curfew and is required to wear an ankle monitor. The former ballerina lives with her mother and now 5-year-old daughter. Court documents show she has been able to adjust her curfew when needed and has even traveled to Maryland for a wedding. Due to financial hardships, a judge granted Ashley Benefield's defense team request to waive the monthly cost, $120 of the ankle monitor maintenance. Jesus. Motion for dismissal. I mean, everyone's left now. I feel like I'm speaking to myself now. It seems there's only one other person here. In February 2023, Ashley Benefield's defense team filed a motion for dismissal, claiming she shot and killed her husband in self-defense. The 105-page motion lays out her side of the story, explaining what happened leading up to the deadly shooting. Fuck. Hey, Banshee, I'm not going to disagree with you, gold digger, but okay, now she's a gorgeous gold digger, let me tell you. Um, Ashley were preparing to move to Miriam with her mother and daughter. Ashley Bennett was staying at their home, but Doug Benfield lived in a temporary apartment. What's this for? Okay, just a summary, I think. Doug was planning to move to Maryland with Ashley and their child, but they planned to live separately. Doug showed up to their home around 5:30. Ashley mothers took their daughter to the splash pad. Hi, Shauna. Hi, Shauna. Welcome back. We're just going through this case because we've no clue what's going on here. Doug Benefield showed up to their home around 5:30. Yeah, okay. While parking the U-Haul outside and in the garage, Doug's mood was consistent to his prior history: happy, hyper, and animated, then agitated, sullen, and intimidating. Um, Doug Benefield allegedly became angry, screaming, "We are moving together as a family, making a fresh start, but you are dividing us. Um, and it's time you start acting like a wife." Don't worry, Shauna, neither can I. Um, Later, Doug Benefield's allegedly drove a moving box directly into Ashley Benefield in an upward, what the fuck, in an upward motion, resulting in considerable pain and scratches to her right side. Ashley tried to leave their home, but Doug allegedly grabbed her by the left hand, yanked her backwards, and asked her where she was going. He's accused of wagging his finger in her face and stating, "You can't leave me." Ashley snapped, yelling at him to leave. Raising his right hand with a closed fist, the descendant drove his knuckles at the second joint into the left side of Miss Benefield's head. What? The motion reads, her worst fears realized. Miss Benefield now believed her life was in danger. So he punched her in the head. Okay. This is a layout. So Miss Benefield's bedroom, bathroom, living room there, child's bedroom. Okay, just there. Okay. I don't even know what that means. Um, Ashley ran into the master bedroom and grabbed a gun that she legally owned. Doug allegedly followed her and he barged into the bedroom with a fierce scowl. Ashley pointed the gun at Doug and ordered him to leave her alone and leave the home. He postured like a martial arts fighter, bleeding out. Well, okay. Um, and advanced towards her according to the motion. Ashley shot at Doug. Doug allegedly kept moving forward. She kept shooting. She saw the descendant's legs go up in the air as if the feet slipped out from underneath him and he fell backwards. Ashley ran to a neighbor's home yelling for help. Two neighbors out walking their dog saw her running outside with a gun carrying screaming help. In the motion for dismissal, Ashley's attorneys added evidence, documents, and photos supporting their case. These included photos of Doug Benefield that showed his impeccable physique and strength, along with a cut on the side of Ashley's body that she allegedly received from the moving box, and a previous photo of Ashley with a black eye. The defense says the injuries photos were taken the day of the shooting. Okay. I mean, there's a black eye there, to be fair. The defense team also attached depositions Doug made while detectives were investigating Ashley domestic violence claims. In the depositions, Doug made several admissions to violent behavior. In July 2018, he allegedly admitted to pulling a gun out of his sleeve and shooting at the ceiling, even throwing the gun against the wall in an effort to get Ashley to be quiet during an argument. Doug also admitted to hitting their dog and punching a hole in the wall. Um, my fist went through the sheet rock and sort of hit the outside. He said in deposition Ashley was the cause of the argument. And that's the whole Okay. Doug Benfield's daughter speaks out on TikTok. Doug's daughter that he had with his wife, first wife Eva Benefield, made headlines after she made a TikTok talking about the trauma that's built surrounding um death and murder and murder of the father. TikTok reads, "My mum dies when I was 15. My dad assures me he won't be remarrying. Uh, 9 months later, he introduced me to a 24-year-old. He says he's dating, but 2 days later, told me they were actually were married. Not too long after I gave to it, they announced that she's pregnant. But soon after that, she leaves my dad, and it's just me and my dad again. My dad moves to Florida to heal their marriage, so their kid can have a happy family. But 3 days later, I get a call that the now 27-year-old murdered my dad. This date, the video has 3.1 million likes because of the massive reach. She was cool at first, but then she wasn't. Eva explained in one video. Um, she would kind of twist my words and make my dad get mad at me. The daughter said that really affected the relationship she had with her father. When Eva found out Ashley was pregnant, she said she thought this is fucking freaking bullshit. Eva explained that every morning Doug would text her a Bible verse. He'd call her after she responded saying she was awake. When he didn't text her on the morning of the shooting, she knew something was wrong. So she ended up getting a call from her uncle, told her that her father was dead. Did she kill him? Eva said she asked her uncle. Yes, Ashley shot and killed him. In a later video, Eva tries to break down the legal side of the case. She said Ashley Benefield is claiming self-defense, which we know through court documents, but later states Doug Benefield's DNA was not found on Ashley or vice versa, which we cannot confirm. I think of just want the trial to be over, Eva says in the video. I wanted to go to jail. It's been a legal shit show. And we're now in the motion hearings. Okay. Banshee says sorry, but he was no threat. His back was to her when she shot. Um, Toxic, completely agree. Yeah. Well, that's what it seems anyway. I'm not sure how the defense are gonna explain that one. I figured the child abuse claims about her and her dad would have ruined the relationship as well as the DV claims between his deceased wife and him. Figured the child abuse claims about her and her dad. Okay. So there's a lot here. Too many shots to see where they landed or in shock. I mean, to shoot a gun, you don't have time to turn. Do you know what I mean? Not that close distance, I don't think. So that's where we're at. You know, this could be quite a hard one, I think, for the defense, by sounds of it. She's obviously got bruising, right? I'll give her that. But his DNA apparently was not on her. Wrapped by noggin around him. He wanted to be in the room when she delivered that baby, go staying in the waiting room. Maybe it's because it's his child. Do you know what I mean? I have no idea. I mean, this will test the logic that Spidey's got. You know, it's time for him to pivot while she's shooting. Is there? You know, she's got it there, bang bang. That he can't pivot, can he? I mean, that's a genuine question. From what I'm reading, bang bang, he's got no chance. If he was back around to her, bang bang, doesn't matter. He was unarmed, yeah, yeah. That's fair, Sarah, as well. Yeah, so I don't understand enough about guns. I would have been surprised if he had enough time to pivot, but I'm a novice when it comes to these things. Just in my mind, it's like, yeah, she fired, yeah, but what's to say though the first two didn't hit him? Do bang, 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 bang. Isn't that how the guns go? Bang, 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 bang. You're not really, and you're in shock. Are you really gonna be able to? I don't know. I don't know. Um, so it's going to test the logic of whether jurors find it hard to prosecute pretty women. 'Cause she is, I'll be honest, she's absolutely gorgeous. She's absolutely gorgeous. So, you know, hopefully that doesn't play a part in it, but depends how she's dressed and stuff. I mean, look at that. Fucking hell. I regret just wearing my pants now. Fucking hell. I'm pitching a tent right now. So it's It's got to play a factor. You know, she's very good looking. Um, okay. I think we got a better understanding now. You break up with someone you forfeit seeing intimate body part period. Yeah, that's fair. No, it takes longer than that. How does guns go then? Boom, boom. Is that boom, boom? The first two hit the wall near the bathroom, so she missed. So yeah, it does. So technically, he could be advancing on her, and then she shot two, missed. I mean, how do you miss? But sure. And then he just, as Spidey says, pivoted, and then bang, bang, fine. I mean, I'm talking here like I know what I'm talking about. Right, let's get back to it. Sarah, is that enough for you as well? I think I understand it a lot more now. I thought they were gonna be married for 13 days, but that's not true at all. But they got married after 2 weeks. Wow, that was quick. That was quick. But it's yeah, I know, Sarah, I'm sure there's lots more that you can, look up on, but it gives me a little bit of an insight into anyway. Uh, and that makes sense now because the other judge threw her story out that she did not believe that he was abusing her. Share screen. Ooh, shit.
That the declarant ever made on any topic at all.
Respectfully, if it goes to the declarant's credibility, I would say it does. And I think that the statute and the case law will support that because again, it's not tied to the
No, I didn't say credibility. I said any hearsay statement. That's what I'm hearing, is that we can bring in any hearsay statement.
to the extent it supports
Or
an attack on the credibility. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
that I don't disagree with. A hearsay declarant's credibility can always be attacked or supported pursuant to the rules.
Right. So it's our position then that any hearsay statement that supports our attack on the credibility of the declarant is admissible. And specifically in our motion, we have several of them and we appended them as exhibits. So I think that they are now admissible by virtue of 806.
I'm still not sure exactly which ones you're talking about, but state.
And Judge, I'm confused because at the base of it, the defense elicited the hearsay, and then he's trying to bring in hearsay to impeach from the hearsay statement that he brought in. I don't understand this, but 806 says that once a hearsay statement comes in, the other evidence can come in, which would have been used had the person testified. So I think we're still bound by the rules of what can come in. Just because someone may be impeached on one statement doesn't mean every hearsay statement they've ever said comes in. That's different than credibility. So to be honest, Judge, I'm a little confused.
I am too. And let me make sure I understand. You had mentioned something, and I didn't want to get into it too much. The witness was here. And I think this was also mentioned, Mr. Taylor, I think this was also mentioned in the defendant's motion in limine, that there were some discussions about certain evidence not being relevant, and you were to just talk about very surface level things. But it seems like we got, instead of a scalpel, sounds like we got a shovel out. We're going to start digging some holes.
Point well taken, Your Honor. Actually, the discussion was limited to the allegations of abuse. That is to say, both Suzanne and I felt, rather than going down the rabbit hole of litigating whether or not the allegations of child abuse against the daughter were true or not, we would not go there.
So the agreement was limited to child abuse.
Yes, sir. And truthfully, we never executed an agreement, but that was a professional discussion that we had, and I'm confident that Suzanne will acknowledge that.
All right, state.
We did have that conversation about the child abuse allegations. I do not remember specifically excluding anything before the child abuse allegations. And if there was a miscommunication, I apologize, but I had assumed that that would be a part of the let's not go down rabbit holes because the issues that have just come up have already been litigated and have already been ruled on by another judge. So I was under the impression we were not going to get into those that happened in South Carolina.
Yeah, again, I don't know as a part of the agreement. I can say this. So there's two general ways a hearing like this can go. And I'm talking very, very broad strokes. One is how I thought we had agreed to do this was that pretty much we're going to let stuff in and object as we go. And then I'll decide the relevance or if things are relevant or not relevant. And I understand that that means a lot of things come in that might not normally come in. And those things may be relevant or not relevant. So I'm going to listen and hear a lot more testimony and see a lot more evidence than I might not normally. But it's to allow you guys to just put on your cases. The other way is we take a step back from that, and I will grant or overrule objections as we go. I personally think that'll take a lot longer, but it'll also limit how much evidence is put into the record, and we can do it that way too. My rulings so far, I would think both of you would agree, have been very generous towards admissibility, because that's what I thought we agreed on. So, but if that approach is then going to be, well, Katie bar the doors, here it all comes, and we're going to spend tons of time. We're going to stop here. We're going to get off the bus. We're going to spend a day looking around over here. Then we're going to get back on the bus. We're going to go a little way down. We're going to get off the bus. We're going to look all around here. I'm not doing this so I can have hours upon hours of testimony about somebody shooting a gun in a house, punching a dog, putting a tracker on a car, peering into a window, punching a hole in drywall, and alleged domestic violence in a prior marriage. I'm not going to hear hours and hours of testimony. So I need to know. I'll start with the state, start with the defense. Are we going to do the plan that we originally laid out, which is, hey, put your stuff in, right? And then I'll figure it out as we go. Or am I going to throttle this down and I'm going to start listening to more objections? Not that I haven't been listening, but take more of the approach of, no, we're not letting irrelevant stuff in. We're not going to have hearsay. State.
Judge, I would not want to continue with everything that we're doing now. I don't necessarily think that we need to completely curtail it, but I do think that some of it needs to be throttled down. If there's an objection, I think that you should rule on it appropriately.
All right, so that's a mix. All right.
So I take that to be the former position, which I agree with. I am quite comfortable. There's no jury here. I am quite comfortable with the court parsing the evidence when the time comes for the court to rule and author an appropriate order. And that was why I said I'll address it later. I want to make my point and move on. And I'm satisfied if we continue to go that way.
All right.
It's going to be consistent with time savings and efficiency.
But it hasn't so far because we're spending a lot of time having this discussion now.
Yes.
So it hasn't been the time savings that I had planned. So I guess my question is, I don't know what statements you want to get in. I don't know what evidence that you want to get in that you're arguing comes in under 806, which, if I'm understanding your arguments, I don't think I read as expansively as you do. I think a hearsay declarant's credibility can be attacked or supported, if attacked, as if the hearsay declarant had testified, but that's still within the bounds of the Florida Evidence Code. I don't think it kicks open the door for every hearsay statement that has ever been made. But the second DC will tell me if I'm right or wrong. So let's call the witness back and we'll see if we're on the same page and we can go from there.
I believe we were at the end of defense cross, or I was at the end of my redirect where you can, I don't know if we need the witness back.
I will tell you this.
Agreed.
There was recross. The question was, how did you hear about Sully? And did you hear about it from Mr. Benefield or Miss Benefield? The answer was, I heard from them both.
So it's
Now,
on defense cross.
I'll just say, I don't know where this is going. I don't know how much you plan to get into defense. I've read, this is not the entire pile of what you sent me, but this plus everything else you sent, I've read it. I understand, well, the portions of the depositions, I didn't get entire depositions. I've read it. I mean, I understand that what he said about that, the incident with the dog, I understand what she's saying about the dog. I just don't know how far we're going to go down that hole.
I hear you, Judge. We're finished with Mr. Benefield.
Okay, I don't want to curtail you. If you have any questions, I want you to ask your questions.
I understand. I appreciate it. We're on the same page.
All right. So Mr. Benefield is done.
Yes.
Okay.
And he
Right. This is confusing. I know this is a stand your ground stuff, and the judge says he's read stuff and things like this. It's like, what's going on? I'm just like, why doesn't the judge just rule? Like, I don't understand what's going on a minute. That's all. What's the judge doing? Why is he like, state what do you want to do? Defend what do you? Okay, let's do as you guys want. What are we doing? Just say, judge, this is the way we're doing it. Stick to it. End of. It just seems like it's all, bit here, bit there, blah blah blah. I don't get it. As if he's on camera and wants to be nice to everyone. Just be a judge. You don't have to be nice. Just be a bloody judge. At the minute, it's a judge show. It's like the best judges are the ones that you don't hear from. That might just be me. I'm just like, I don't know idea what's going on. Right. No proof he abused those kids either. Sure, that is fair. I believe. What you have
he
to
can
say,
be,
Blanche?
released,
That's my next question. After each witness, I will ask, can the witness be released from their subpoena? So state.
yes.
Yes, sir.
All right. So we're going to call the next witness, and can you let Mr. Benefield know that he is released from his subpoena? And who's your next witness?
I'm sorry.
Your next witness.
Oh, Stephanie Murphy.
Oh, look, Spider, she spoiled. Right, we'll cancel. We'll cancel it. We don't have to watch it anymore. We don't have to watch it anymore. No, I know. I've seen that. That's why. This is why I'm not a little bit lost with it. I told everyone at the start that there was no result at the end of it. What's going on? Like, is that usual then that they don't rule at the end? Don't quite understand it. Do you know what I mean? I know he wants to do his due diligence and stuff, but it's like, come on. There she is. She's out on bond, so on bail. She's got away with a lot of stuff so far, anyway, that's for sure.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
This is why we're doing over 2 days, because it's just too long.
No. Hello, ma'am.
Oh, hello. Yeah.
My name is Judge White. I'm going to be
Hello,
presiding over this
ma'am.
hearing. As the deputy said, if you get about 12 to 15 inches from that microphone, it adjusts up, down, left, and right to wherever you need it comfortable. And if you just speak in a loud, clear voice, it should pick up everything. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Please state your name.
Stephanie Murphy.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm an attorney.
What type of law do you practice?
I practice family law.
And do you work for someone or are you self-employed?
I'm self-employed. I have a firm in Sarasota.
How long have you had that firm?
I've had the firm for approximately 15 and a half years.
And were you hired at some point by Doug Benefield?
Yes.
Do you recall when you were hired by him?
I first met with Doug Benefield on March 13th, 2018. He retained me on a partial retainer the following day on the 14th of March.
And what was the purpose of him hiring you on that day?
On that day, I was retained for a limited purpose of communicating with Ms. Benefield with regard to the upcoming birth of their child.
Okay. So the defendant was pregnant at the time.
Correct.
And do you recall when her due date was?
I believe the original due date was April 8th of 2018.
And you said your initial responsibility was to communicate with her.
Yes,
So did you attempt to communicate with her?
I did. I sent her a letter via email on March 15th, 2018 at approximately 9:59 in the morning.
And without getting into all the specifics in the letter, basically what was the gist of it?
The general gist of the letter was that with knowledge of the upcoming birth of their child, Doug wanted to express his interest and desire to be part of the birth process, to be present if possible, but also wanted to communicate that if Ms. Benefield felt uncomfortable about that, he wanted to respect her space.
Your Honor, for the record, object to hearsay.
Yeah. Is this being offered for the truth?
No, it's just basically being offered to show that this is how the communication started and that the letter was sent to Ms. Benefield.
Okay. Did you want to respond to that? I'll just say I was not taking this as for the actual truth of this. If it's intended to be for the truth of these matters, then that's a different issue.
No.
Well, I think it's obviously intended to quote unquote educate Your Honor based upon the hearsay that this witness has to offer. So
Okay.
continuing relevancy.
Yes, sir.
Hearsay check.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Did you ever, let me back up. I don't know if you said this, but in what form did you send her this communication?
It was a letter that was saved as a PDF that was emailed.
Did you ever receive a response from her?
She never responded to me directly, no.
To your knowledge, did she ever respond to Doug?
No, not at that time.
At some time shortly after that, so the baby was born in, or when was the baby born?
Well, baby was actually born quite early. The next day after receiving my letter, she checked herself into Tampa General Hospital and then started a induction of labor process. And so the baby ended up being born about 3 weeks early, I think March 19th of 2018. I may be off a day or two.
So middle of March. the baby was
Correct.
born. To your knowledge, was Doug there?
No, he was not there. He had no idea the baby was born.
Did the defendant file for an injunction shortly after?
Yes.
And what date was that?
My memory is that it may have been, excuse me, May 1st of 2018. It could have been in April. There was a bit of a lag between when she filed it and when we had knowledge of it because the injunction was actually denied, but a hearing was scheduled. So Mr. Benefield was not served.
Okay, so just to be clear, you said the injunction was denied. Are you saying the temporary was denied?
Correct.
Okay, so an injunction was filed, a temporary was denied, but it was set for a hearing? Is that what you
Yes,
said?
that is correct.
All right. Do you recall when the first hearing was set approximately?
It was shortly after we found out about the injunction. So I think we found out, meaning I found out on May 6th of 2018 that the injunction had been filed, which is how we knew that the baby had been born and what the baby's name was. And then the hearing was originally set for shortly after that, I think just a couple of days.
Okay.
Ended up getting continued anyway at Ms. Benefield's request.
Okay, so it was set pretty close in time, but it ended up getting continued.
Correct.
Before the hearing was actually held, did you end up filing something on Doug's behalf?
Yes, quite a few things.
And generally, what did you file?
Generally, it was a petition for a parenting plan unconnected with divorce and a motion for psychological evaluation. Those were the initial pleadings that we filed.
Ultimately, were these issues all to be addressed at the same hearing?
Ultimately, yes. Well, let me clarify. No, because then when the hearing ultimately took place, it wasn't the original petition for parenting plan unconnected with divorce. It was actually an emergency motion for temporary time sharing and parental responsibility. But both cases traveled together. And so pleadings or motions in both cases were heard at the same time.
Okay, so while the motions themselves may have changed, the two case numbers were heard at the same time.
Correct.
So at the time, Doug had an emergency motion for time sharing?
Yes.
And what, just briefly, what is that?
When there's a child, there's no such thing in Florida as custody anymore. Parents have time sharing with children. Ms. Benefield was withholding time sharing of their daughter from Doug. And so the appropriate way to seek time sharing was through the court versus taking matters into your own hands.
Okay.
He was also seeking parental responsibility, which is the decision making.
Okay. And when was that hearing held?
It was held on 2 different days. It was July 30th and September 17th of 2018.
So you did have part of the hearing on July 30th, 2018?
Yes,
And did not finish, I'm assuming?
we did not finish.
What judge was it?
It was Chief Judge Diana Moreland.
And before that first hearing, was there a motion to recuse the judge?
It was a motion to disqualify Judge Moreland.
And was it granted?
No, they appealed that decision and filed a motion to stay pending appeal. That was also denied.
So the hearing continued.
Correct.
Then it continued again for the rest of the hearing in September.
Yes.
So I don't want to get into the specific facts of the allegations in the injunction, but if you could just tell us generally what were the topics, the injunction?
There's a wide range of topics. The most alarming was she had allegations that she was poisoned by heavy metals and that the baby had also been poisoned in utero. She alleged violence of a dog.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were going to talk more about the poisoning. So
Okay.
violence with a dog.
Correct.
poisoning.
Right. Threats, and that he had discharged a gun in the home.
After this hearing, did Judge Moreland make a ruling?
She made a ruling at the conclusion of the second day in September. Yes.
And what was that ruling?
Her ruling was
I'm going to sustain as to her ruling on these issues. I mean, I'll hear.
And-
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Put whatever you want on the
This we may need to have argument about, Judge. It is my argument, it's the state's argument, that the content and the manner in which, I have the order recorded, the judge made this ruling set the stage for the defendant's behavior later on down the road, because she knew that this judge felt the way she did, and she had a hearing in front of this judge 3 days after she murdered the defendant. So I think it's effect on the listener, and I have some case law we can argue if you'd like, but this manner in which this order was given is highly relevant to the defendant's, the effect on her.
All right. So you're not introducing Judge Moreland's ultimate order to influence one way or the other to prove that it was correct.
Correct,
It's the effect on the defendant.
correct.
All right.
Whether it be right or wrong, the ruling, I'm introducing it for the effect on the defendant.
Yes, sir.
I don't have a problem with that. The problem that I have, which I think the court is well aware of, is the characterization of the presentation.
Right. Absolutely. If it was for the purpose of, hey, judge, this other judge ruled this way, therefore, that's what we want.
Correct.
But if it's to show the effect, and yes, that one of the cases you had submitted illustrated that very point. So I get that. All right.
I want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. I don't have a problem with the state's theory that this decision prompted the subsequent. What I strenuously object to is the statement by Judge Moreland, the characterization of the quality of the hearing. That I think should not be stated in this proceeding. I think it's irrelevant. The decision itself, I don't have a problem with. I can tell the court, well, let me just leave it right there.
All right. I don't know what the statement is. I'm going to have to hear it eventually, and then I just won't consider it. But it was, yes.
Why are they doing that? Oh, Banshee, see you later, man. See you, Banshee. Hopefully that it'll be a nice surprise for Toxic when she sees that she's a mod and that she's on Discord. Luna, 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 na, 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 na. How you doing, loons? How's the sunbathing going out there in Spain? You got the tats out? Get the tats out for the lads. Make sure that we got tan all over. Her looks shouldn't have any bearing on the jury's. It will though, Banshee. It will. If it's a close call, it will. Yeah, I don't understand that, Sarah. I don't understand this myself. I thought an open court. It will test it, though, Banshee. It will test it. But if it's I'm not really sure. If you're a guy, you're gonna look over and I don't know. You see a tent being pitched, and it's like, oh, it should make difference. No, you're right, but sidebar, so it's not. Yeah, it's probably not on record. Then there's probably press and um people in the audience. Maybe that's why. Yeah, that's true. So I think as well that we're going straight into a break. We are. So I'm going to skip this. There's still a fucking sidebar.
Be him, especially when I have all this period of time. What we have is a household that is continuing on.
Hang on, I've gone too far now. See you later, Bunchy. Hopefully, Toxic will be happy to see the surprise when she comes on. Toxic's from Canada. You how's the tanning going, Luna? Are you all over tanned now? Every bit? When are you flying back? How long's your flight back, by the way, Luna? You lunatic. How long is the flight back to America from Spain? Not gonna skip any further forward. Oh, I can I?
So yes, ma'am, anytime the attorneys approach, put those heads back on the record and go ahead and approach attorneys. So yes, ma'am, anytime the attorneys approach, put those headphones on. We'll turn them on that way you can hear. And the first thing I'm going to do is confirm you can hear me. Just give me a thumbs up.
Luna, how long's your flight back from Spain? Do you reckon Banshee's gonna go back and be like, "Hey, I'm now a mod. I'm now a mod." So I don't even want to think about. I just, yeah, I was always wondering how long it would take because it's gonna take ages for you. I'm so brown. Are you doing it topless as well? Are you do the proper way? Have you got like a private thing or are you out in the open with everyone else? Have you got public private but like balconies or private gardens like where you can just let it all get an all round suntan.
Okay, can you bring Miss Murphy, Attorney Murphy, back in? Thank you.
Right, where are we at now with this poll as well? So there we are. We got 4 people
All right,
voted on the
welcome back, ma'am.
poll
Thank you.
Do you
Tuesday.
need to try and discuss the case with you or anything about your testimony?
No.
All right.
So we were talking about the end of the hearing on September 17th, 2020, where Judge Warren made
Another
a
vote.
oral order.
Correct. She made an oral ruling at the conclusion of the hearing.
And was the defendant present to hear this ruling?
Yes,
She was in court then?
yes,
All right. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 1. Do you recognize that?
I do. Those are my initials.
What is it?
That is the CD of the oral pronouncement at the end of the injunction and emergency time sharing hearing.
And you said these are your initials. So
Correct.
when you listened to it, did it accurately reflect your memory of what was said in that hearing?
Yes,
State would enter an evidence State's Exhibit 1.
Same objections?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Overruled for the same reasons. I'm not accepting it for the truth, just the effect on the listener.
Okay. And then the state will publish it's about 10 minutes long.
I think Mr. Sessions started with that one thing, even though I find it very reticent to ever say, well, someone else investigated this, so there's no problem. But I do appreciate the fact that Mr. Sessions argues that people investigated and found that his client wasn't the perpetrator of any.
All right, that's just too quick. That's just too quick. Let's slow it down a little bit here. Let's slow it down a little bit, shall we? 1.25 for this one.
Domestic violence, etc. Because I just read a report by a doctor that just indicated that he had done a full battery of psychological evaluations on Mr. Benefield in this case. He had absolutely no concern of self-harm, domestic violence, or any other type of spurious activity on behalf of Mr. Benefield. Let me just go ahead and say as follows, that this court will find that as far as credibility is concerned, I would find, and I'm going to say this in the gentlest form I possibly can, that there is absolutely not a single scintilla of credibility that I'm attaching to anything that was testified to, at least in this hearing of Ms. Benefield. Court finds that it starts from basically the absurd of the conversations of what she would have had with a child, searching the room, finding a shadow box, being so upset, but also at the same time, the testimony where she said, well, they were absolutely liked me a lot. They confided in me every conversation. I knew all these horrible things were going to happen because the girls felt good talking to me. We then move forward to the actual presentation that she's had in this courtroom since she entered into this courtroom, the turning on of tears when she thinks it's appropriate, then we move on to the entire insinuation that there is some type of poisoning going on in this particular case. There is not a single scintilla of credible evidence that Ms. Benefield has ever been poisoned or suffered from any illness of any poison. Court finds that Dr. Hilliard's testimony was suspect. I don't think that the court finds that he reviewed one record appropriately. And in comparison to Dr. Sawyer, I think his testimony, in a word, was bunk. I do find that Dr. Sawyer's testimony was quite informative and that his information concerning the answered questions that I had, how there were testing for certain metals on and then testing for certain metals that weren't there. Most important to this court was the explanation of the misinterpretation or the use of an improper range, which I think even across examination, there was a misunderstanding that there is a range that these metals are in the human body, not just a single number. So that brings us to the following timeline. I have that in 10/20/2016, there's the respondent goes up there. They're at the respondent's home. Petitioner is up there. He's had back surgery. She moves back to the respondent's home permanently on December 2016. That in about January 2017 through, I'm going to say 5/8/2017, there appears to be a marriage in which there are arguments, but there is still a very committed relationship to the point where they're talking about having a reversal of vasectomy to have a child. Then on 5/8/2017, the clear evidence is that there is the vasectomy alteration or reversal, and that from that point, they begin to pursue having a child. The court will find there is one incident of alleged domestic violence, and I got to tell you, it is de minimis, even though it's huge. Whenever how it was executed, the shot into the ceiling, court is going to find that at no time was the shot by Mr. Benefield at or in the direction of Miss Benefield. Court has seen Mr. Benefield testify, and the court finds Mr. Benefield is taking on responsibility for that single misstep. But that is a remote type of domestic violence that has occurred. Subsequent to that, it is clear that Ms. Benefield continued to pursue a relationship and have child with this gentleman, that she had a lavish wedding, invited numerous people there, had many people that she could have confided in, saying, I'm in a hellish situation, things are out of control. Just last week, he shot a bullet in the ceiling. That's absolutely not what happens. Instead, she goes through with this lavish wedding. She goes on developing a ballet with her husband at that time, posing in magazines, portraying to everybody in the world that this is a very happy marriage, that we're going to start this national ballet at a significant cost, both emotionally, physically, and financially to the parties. That she finally they finally find out that in July 2017 they have conceived a child, and that or they think that that's the date they've conceded in retroactive review, which tells this court that during that period after the shot, that they were still engaging in a intimate relationship. The court does not find credible any type of animal cruelty in this particular case, nor does the court find that the other incidences alleged of punching the wall were ever directed completely at her, nor were they meant for intimidation. The court's also going to find that at 3/2017, they do find about the pregnancy. It's confirmed. And at that time, because of illnesses due to the pregnancy, it is determined as a family, as well as because of the ballet, that they're going to move Mrs. Benefield to Florida from South Carolina. During all this period of time, what we have is a household that is continuing on. Ms. Benefield being in the home, not making anyone alert. The medical records are devoid of any conversations between her and people that would have been providing protection, those being doctors, etc., indicating in the least that she has any type of poisoning that is appearing in her system, that she has been a victim of domestic violence, and or that this child Eva has been the victim of domestic violence. Then we go on, and suddenly we have she moves to Florida. But even in Florida, we have Irma come through. I think September 11th, that weekend. Mr. Benefield comes all the way down. He makes sure she has a generator if she needs for the storm. He then leaves, and she feels comfortable enough and well enough to go all the way back up to the home that she shared with Mr. Benefield to collect property and transport those items down to Florida for her own use, and without any fear that this gentleman is going to harm her when she's up there. They court will, one of the other things allude to as far as credibility problems were the issues concerning the split records that she's asking the Lakewood Ranch to have to, I guess, somehow cover any type of problems or contradiction there might be with the poisoning allegations, as well as the emails that were introduced today between the cousin of Mr. Benefield and Miss Benefield, I guess, trying to curry some kind of upper hand in the in either of these two cases against Mr. Benefield. Court's also going to find that the wife has at this time demonstrated a complete disregard for allowing Mr. Benefield to have any active role in the birth of his child and or the life of his child that he has now not had any contact with. The court's going to find there's been no violation of any injunction. The court did look at and has listened to the testimonies that were provided concerning the injunction that was entered. Quite frankly, it sounds like the court was when you listen to the transcript, was actually telling both of them they needed to stay away from each other, and that certainly there was no violation of it whenever there was the oral pronouncement, only to be followed by a written pronouncement. Court is also finds there are some issues with the credibility of Miss Benefield when she's actively sitting here telling this court she doesn't like to have publicity, by the same token she's participating in articles concerning the alleged poison, etc. As far as the last comment on the poisoning, there is not one piece of evidence, like I said, that has been established that even if she was being poisoned, that there has been a suggestion of a nexus of the who, how, and where the poison. That would be rank speculation for this court to jump into the idea that because it happened, it had to be him, especially when I have, in all senses, not a credible witness is the only person that's asking me to speculate. So with that in mind, the court is going to find that at this time, there is absolutely no evidence. And I'm saying no evidence. I'm not saying by the preponderance of the evidence standard, that hasn't even been close to that there's been a indication that there's an immediate likelihood of domestic violence. There's only the one remote incident. And as of today, there's no reasonably prudent or logical person would think that you're the threat, that you're being threatened by immediate domestic violence. So for those reasons, the court is going to deny the request for an injunction in this particular case.
There's a lot.
After the judge's ruling on the injunction, which would be the defendant's motion, did she make a ruling on your motions?
Yes.
And That was time sharing with the child?
It was time sharing and parental responsibility.
Okay. And what was the order, or what did the judge say Doug could do?
There was a temporary time sharing schedule that was increasing in frequency and amount. So it started with his first day that he was going to be able to meet his daughter just a handful of days later. After a period of time of seeing her according to the schedule, then it jumped up to weekend time sharing, overnight sharing. Then there's another jump. And so he was able to take his daughter back to South Carolina for time sharing. There was also, I believe, some extended visits, maybe holiday related, but then the other main component of that order was with regard to shared parental responsibility, which again is the decision making. And Judge Moreland ordered that Ashley and Doug were to exercise shared parental responsibility so that they would have to confer and make a good faith attempt to agree on major decisions. But the court specifically ordered that Doug Benefield would have ultimate decision-making authority regarding health-related or medical issues. And the order made very clear findings about her extreme concern with regard to Ms. Benefield's medical decisions up to that point, which is why she ordered the ultimate decision-making authority.
And the concern was for the medical decisions for the child.
Correct.
So why is there an escalating frequency of visitation with the child?
Well, Doug had never even been allowed to meet his daughter, so she was.
Okay, this is a lot. This is a lot. I didn't know this was this kind of trial. Jesus. I'm lost on this because, yeah, I mean, I wish I put a trigger warning now. Um, um, so I see some of you commenting and stuff. I'm sorry that you've had to, had personal issues like this as well. It's not nice, I can imagine. But this is like, that's huge that he's making all medical decisions and any important decisions on it. This is I'm back and forward with this. Do you know what I mean? How violent was this guy? I don't know. This is all new to me, I'll be honest with you. Just wait to know. I think Kim is like half an hour behind or something, I think. But hello Baker, hello Farrell as well. It's Toxic coming. She's making another appointment. It's all good, Banshee. I don't know what to feel about this trial so far.
I believe 6 months old by the time he met her. And so it's just appropriate that you don't just dump a baby with who was at that point a stranger.
Okay.
So it was just to grow in a reunification or unification, I guess. There's nothing to reunify.
To get the child used to who she was going to.
Exactly.
Okay. So the first time sharing where there was an exchange of, and the daughter's name?
Her name is Emerson Grace Canny.
Okay. And can you spell the last name?
I believe it's
Fine, Kim,
Caney. I have to double check my file to be completely certain.
And where were these exchanges of custody to take place?
Well, according to the court order, they were to take place at Manatee County Sheriff's Office, and that's where the first exchange took place.
Were you present at the first
Yes,
exchange?
I was.
And did you arrive with Doug or were you separate?
We arrived separately. By the time I arrived, he was already there. We were both there earlier than the scheduled exchange time.
And was this the first time Doug was meeting his child?
Yes.
What happened during this exchange? Did the defendant ultimately show up with the child?
Yes, she did.
And just explain how that
No, do I, Sarah?
meeting went.
Okay. I had been sitting with Mr. Benefield in his truck, and when he saw Miss Benefield enter the parking lot, he moved the truck closer to the entrance to the building, and she was out in front of the building with the child. Doug and I then approached Miss Benefield, and I hung back a bit, and Miss Benefield saw me, looked at me, and then immediately said, "Are you dating her?" She was very indignant, very upset, and then I responded to that question. Of course, I said no. And then they proceeded to have a conversation where Doug was trying to engage with Emerson, talking to her, ultimately was able to hold her. And Miss Benefield was in very close proximity to Mr. Benefield, probably less than from me to the judge's bench, especially when she transferred the baby over to his arms. They kept talking for 5 or 10 minutes or so, and I kept waiting also there. Then Mr. Benefield turned to me and said, "Okay, we're going to go. Ashley's going to come." And so I pulled Doug aside. We had a communication about it. I warned him that it was not a good idea, given all the allegations that she had raised up to that point. And he said that he was aware of the concerns. He agreed with me, but he wanted Emerson to be comfortable, and he thought having Ashley there, as she was insisting, would help Emerson be a little bit more comfortable. So then I watched them Ms. Benefield strap Emerson into the car seat in the back of Doug's truck. She got in the back seat and they left. I, of course, just left in my own vehicle.
And approximately when was this?
This was September 21st
September 21st of
of 2018,
2018.
just a handful of days after the hearing.
So from this point on, at least from your perspective as the family lawyer, was there sort of a peace between the two?
Well, there was. In fact, they had an agreement that we memorialized into a joint stipulation to expand the time sharing that Judge Moreland had ordered. So within a handful of days after seeing his daughter for the first time, Ashley and Doug had a written agreement signed by both attorneys and submitted to the court that said you get to see the child even more, exchanging the child anywhere they agreed. If there was no agreement, the exchange default would be at the Manatee County Sheriff's Office, but more frequently, not supervised by her. And that then was the norm for quite a while.
And how long did that last approximately?
About 11 months, I would say. From September of 2018 until August of 2019, they were together all the time. Doug's time sharing was always with Ashley present, so they were certainly behaving as a family. They were quite active on the social scene.
I was going to say, did you ever see them?
I did. They were in magazines. I think they were even in SRQ magazine at some kind of ballet gala event together.
So at some point, this piece did not last.
Yes, it did not last.
About when did things start to go downhill?
Unbeknownst to Doug, they were about to go downhill in August of 2019. He was scheduled to move in with Miss Benefield and her mother. So he'd kept an apartment or a little condo here in the Sarasota area, but his lease was running out. So they had agreed that he was going to move into their home. They moved all of his things inside to their home, emptied the storage unit of his contents into Miss Benefield's home. And the day he was scheduled to move in, as he always said, she ghosted me. She didn't answer the phone. And so I think it was August 16th of 2019 was the day that he was supposed to move in, and then suddenly everything changed.
Okay. So
Just for the record, we're on continuing objection to hearsay and relevancy.
Yeah, we're getting pretty in depth with this whole situation.
okay, and I can move along.
Okay.
So at some point, did Ashley start filing complaints
Yes,
against Doug?
yes, she started again. Yes.
And how many complaints were there, if you recall?
I would say a half dozen. They started, I think, in December of that year, and then they just kept on going for another 4 or 5 months. And they were complaints about the child.
Okay.
They were
So
not about her.
not about her, complaints of abuse of the child.
Correct.
Okay. And at some point, did Ashley file for another injunction?
Yes,
And were you involved in that?
yes.
I'm sorry, as a part of that investigation concerning those complaints and that request for an injunction, was a psychological evaluation ordered?
It was not ordered by the family court, but there was a psychological evaluation that was put into place through CPS. And I believe it was Detective Moreland.
Okay. So at some point, a psychological evaluation of both Doug and Ashley was ordered.
Yes.
And to your knowledge, Doug participated in that.
Oh, yes.
Who was that doctor?
Dr. Brad Broder.
At some point around this time, did Doug file for divorce?
He did. In November of 2019, we filed a motion for leave to amend and then a amended petition for dissolution of marriage.
Was that your case number? Did it run along with her injunction case number as we talked about before?
Yes, they were companion cases.
Companion cases?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. When was it set for a hearing?
Again, it was a hearing that was set and then moved a couple times. So I think it was originally set for hearing in May of 2020, moved to August, and then moved to September of 2020.
And do you recall the date in September?
It was scheduled for September 30th,
Okay.
2020.
Were you ordered to mediation first?
Yes. At Ms. Benfield's request, she filed a motion for mediation. The court entered an order of referral to mediation.
And during the mediation, I'm sorry, were you present at the mediation?
Yes, we were all present via Zoom, but not in person because it's during COVID.
Okay, but the defendant was there
Oh,
via Zoom,
yes,
and Doug was there via Zoom,
yes,
and the mediator.
yes. As well as Ms. Benefield's attorney was also present.
And who was that?
Faith Brown, at the time, she had been let go from her prior attorney.
So what did Ashley say at the mediation about their relationship?
Both of them said,
Sustained.
What did Ashley say? It's the defendant.
This is during a mediation? Is there some exception? Mediations are generally private and confidential.
I can move on. I thought it was a hearsay. You're saying something else.
No, I'm assuming, you tell me what your objection is.
It's-
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't, unless you have some case law that there's an exception to the general, I'm going to say secrecy, but the privilege, the mediation privilege. I'm not aware of any case law, but you may have some that there's an exception in a criminal prosecution.
I do not, Judge. I'll move on.
All right.
At some point after the mediation, did Ashley agree to drop the injunction?
oh, she had agreed to drop the injunction before the mediation, but it wasn't just that she was going to drop it. It was a quid pro quo situation
And what was the quid pro quo?
that he dismissed his divorce case and again, another emergency motion for time sharing for the parenting plan, and the joint motion to release the psychological evaluations conducted by Dr. Brad Broder.
Okay. And in fact, were those things all dismissed except for the psychological evaluation?
They were not.
Okay. The hearing that was set for 9:30, what was to happen at that hearing?
There had been a lot of discussion leading up to that, and the plan was that the September 30th hearing would not be held on the injunction because the agreement was that once the psychological evaluations were provided, then the injunction would be dismissed and the family law case would be dismissed. So the 30th hearing was supposed to be the joint motion for release of psychological evaluations.
Okay. And what day was Doug murdered?
So that he was murdered on Sunday, September 27th, 2020.
3 days before this hearing was scheduled.
3 days after the mediation, 3 days before the court date.
And who was the judge scheduled to be at this hearing on the 30th?
Chief Judge Diana Moreland,
So the same judge that had heard the rest.
same judge.
In all of the times that you dealt with Doug, did he ever have what I would term like an overly angry demeanor towards Ashley in your presence?
No, which was kind of a source of conflict with Doug and I, actually. He was very passive, very accepting, and always looking for excuses or reasons, not angry. Just surprising. He was also very suspicious of her, but never angry.
Okay. And did he always blame her for everything or?
No, not at all. I think he often blamed Dr. Hildegard Staninger, who was related to the Carlson labs, who obtained, who involved with the poisoning allegations and the lab results. But no, not always Ashley. He was always trying to look for some explanation as to her conduct.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Thank you.
I don't know if I like that. Don't know if I like that. Hi, Terry. Welcome back.
Morning.
It's been ages
Morning,
since I've
Mr.
seen you. Oh,
You practice family law,
I do.
and you've been doing it, I think you told us, approximately 15 and a half years you've had your own firm?
I've been practicing family law for approximately 21 years, but I've had my own firm for about.
so Terry, we got a Johnny Depp Day on, I believe, Tuesday now. So 10 o'clock Eastern Tuesday, we're watching the next episode of Johnny Depp. Only one episode now, here and there. And we're going to watch the rest of this trial on Tuesday. So Monday, sorry. So Tuesday, just so you know you like Johnny Depp. So we're watching day whatever it is for Johnny Depp on Tuesday. 10
About
o'clock.
15 and a half years.
Okay. And in the course of your practice, have you had the opportunity to represent both petitioners and respondents in domestic violence injunction actions?
I have.
And have you represented them, Ms. Murphy, strictly in family court, or have you also continued in representation in those cases where the disputes end up in criminal court as well?
Only in family court. I do not practice criminal law.
Okay, so on those occasions, you were referred out.
Yes.
It's the nature, is it not, in family court matters that the litigation is often, shall I say, spirited?
It can certainly be the case.
Okay, it's not unusual.
It's not unusual.
Would it be fair to
Only.
say that the litigation can sometimes, depending upon the parties, be quite aggressive?
Never to this level in all of my 21 years, but it can be aggressive.
All right.
This was extreme.
And it can also be determined, can it not?
I'm afraid I don't understand that
The
question.
litigation in general, in family court matters.
Determined meaning,
Determined meaning neither side lets up. You have two people who fundamentally develop a real dislike for one another, and they just pour their heart and souls into the litigation.
yes, unfortunately, that happens.
Yeah, you know, they shoot more family lawyers than they do
You know,
criminal.
I've heard that. I think there's more violence on the family law floor than on the criminal floor.
The litigation can often be petty as well, can it not?
Sometimes,
Yeah, where you get two parties that are arguing over a pet turtle, for example.
right. I mean, this was the opposite of petty, but
Yes.
yes, it certainly can be.
All right,
Ask
and
you that, didn't he?
you are, of course, like all of us, an advocate.
Yes,
And in this case, you were an advocate for Doug Benefield,
yes,
and he paid you, did he not, to be his advocate?
he did.
During the hearing that we heard, the ruling for which I think it's a safe bet that the petitioner did not prevail. But would you agree with me that Judge Moreland did recognize that your client, Mr. Benefield, had fired a gun in the home when Ms. Benefield was present?
Yes, she said that in her
Yeah.
ruling.
And she also recognized that he had apparently punched holes in the drywall.
She did say that.
And in fairness, I believe Ms. Murphy, she dismissed the firing the gun in the ceiling of the kitchen as too remote in time.
I believe that's what she said, yes.
And as to the punching of holes in the wall, I think she said it was not directed at Ms. Benefield, but just out of frustration.
I don't remember that she said that. She certainly could have.
Okay. Having just recently heard it. So in cases of domestic violence injunctions, would you say what percentage of your clients are females and males that seek domestic violence injunction protections?
Well, I can't tell you if it would be my clients. I think in the cases in which I'm involved, the majority is the female client is seeking an injunction against the male.
Okay.
That's not necessarily indicative that the female is always a victim of domestic violence, because men can also be victims of domestic violence.
Yes. Now, through your 21 years worth of experience in family court, I'm sure you've come to learn that there are some
Knew you were, Kim.
stereotypical factors that seem to be rather common
It's all good,
with a
Farrell.
lot of abusers. Would you agree?
I do not necessarily agree with that. No, there are different types of abusers.
All right. Would you say that it's reasonably common in those instances where you've represented females seeking domestic violence injunctions against males, that the males are often controlling?
That is sometimes the prevailing foundation for why the domestic violence occurs, but not always.
Is that a yes?
No, it's a no, not really.
It's a no, not really, as opposed to sometimes?
Sometimes.
Okay, I'll take sometimes.
Okay.
All right. Have you had experience in those instances where you've represented females seeking protection from domestic violence, that the males are sometimes jealous and very possessive?
Judge, I'm going to object to this line of questioning is irrelevant.
I think it may be. I don't know. The witness can certainly say yes or no, or agree or disagree.
That is one of the most rare reasons for the domestic violence in the cases that I've had in which I've represented the women. So jealousy is usually not a factor or a major factor.
So you've seen it.
I've seen it, yes, but not
That
often.
was my question. Have you experienced in representing some of these females seeking protection for domestic violence against males that they have employed a strategy, which obviously has not been successful, of appeasement over the course of time, and finally it builds to a sufficient crescendo that they end up as a client of yours?
I have seen that.
Okay, and by appeasement, we mean, do we not getting along, going along for fear that the reprisal will be greater?
Yes, that is true for both the female victim, if you want to use that word, as well as the male victim.
When you bring a petition for protection against domestic violence in the family court, are you foreclosed from returning and seeking a second petition?
Do you mean if a petition is denied, can you then file a different petition on the same allegations?
Not on the same allegations.
Okay, no, you're not foreclosed. You can file as many domestic violence injunctions as you like,
Correct.
no, regardless of how many times they've been denied.
Correct. So in other words, you've had a domestic violence petition denied, and then 2 months later, additional acts occur. You are entitled to go back to family court and file another domestic violence petition.
Of course.
And in fact, have you done that on behalf of clients in the past?
I just want to clarify, I don't file petitions for injunction. So a party would file that on their own, the clerk's office. So my involvement is usually after an injunction has been filed. That is when my involvement begins.
And have you represented people who have gone to court multiple times? Or do you only go one time?
Oh, no, I could go multiple times. I just don't think that I've ever had a situation where I've represented the petitioner who has made multiple injunction petition filings. I've represented several respondents who have been themselves the victim of spurious litigation and abuse of the injunction process by repeatedly filing injunctions.
When Mr. Benefield was living here in Manatee County, he had his own apartment. Is that correct?
He wasn't not living here full time, but yes, he had an apartment at times during this period of time.
You're not aware of any point in time where he resided with Miss Benefield in the home where the shooting took place?
My understanding is that he did not.
I don't believe I have anything further. Give me a moment, Your Honor.
Should check. I'm lost again now. Doesn't take much, I know.
That's all, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Redirect?
No.
Can this witness be released?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
All right. Maybe you're released from your subpoena. Thank you very much. State you ready for
Okay,
next witness?
so-
The state would call Amanda Conlon.
She's saying that he wasn't violent. And she never saw it. But then she only saw him like what, once every blue moon? Or am I losing that? This is a tricky subject, and I know it's triggering for some of you, so I'm a bit like. I think I'm gonna have to get someone. I'm gonna have to read up on this and get someone to explain it to me a bit better.
Do you
Spidey.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
Crime scene investigator.
Hello, ma'am. As the deputy said, just make yourself comfortable. That microphone adjusts up, down, left, right, however you need it. And if you-
Thank you, Terry. Okay. But like we saw the black eye and stuff, so she's accusing him of a black eye and stuff. And I'm treading carefully because I'm not sure what I'm supposed to say here. You know, someone saying he was violent, someone saying no.
Good morning. Morning. Please state your name and spell your last name for the
Okay.
record.
It's Amanda Conlon, C-O-N-L-O-N,
And how are you
Okay.
employed?
Sheriff's Office Crime Scene.
And how long have you been so employed?
That's interesting,
16
Terry.
years.
And can you explain generally your duties as a crime scene technician?
To document the crime scene through photos, video, sketches, collect evidence, process evidence.
And did you obtain any education that helped you with that position?
Yes.
And what was that?
I went to St. Petersburg College for crime scene.
And did you get training once you began working with the sheriff's office?
So it's sworn depot of domestic abuse, not necessarily all physical though. This is what's confusing me because what we read. Okay.
Yes, we're sent to training all the time.
And so that has continued.
Yes.
Thank you. I want to draw your attention to September 27th, 2020. Were you working that evening?
Yes.
And were you asked to respond to a scene at 11331 White Rock Terrace?
Right.
Yes.
And is that here in Manatee County?
Yes.
And do you know approximately what time you arrived there?
About 8:28 that evening.
And pardon me, were law enforcement officers on scene prior to your arrival?
Yes.
And without telling me what you said, did you speak to them to kind of find out what was going on?
Yes.
After speaking to them, what, if anything, did you do first?
I went next door to the neighbor to collect a gun.
And are these single family homes?
Yes.
And where was the neighbor's home in comparison to the home at 11331?
Right next door.
And did you in fact go over there?
Yes.
Okay. And did you retrieve a firearm?
I did.
Who did you retrieve it from?
From the homeowner.
Was that a Mr. Saint or Sant?
Yes.
And did a law enforcement officer accompany you to secure the firearm or make it safe?
Yes.
Okay. And who was that?
Ackerman.
And did he in fact secure it?
He did.
Okay. And did you observe it to be loaded?
Yes.
And did you observe what type of what caliber it was, or what type of ammunition was contained in the firearm?
It was a .45, and Hornady was the brand of the bullets.
HORNADY?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Did you at some point enter the home at 11331?
Yes.
And was that as a part of the execution of a search warrant?
Yes.
And what's the first thing you do when you enter a crime scene?
Start taking photographs.
And do you document the entire scene first with the photographs?
Yes.
And then after you have documented the scene as it lays, what's the next thing that you do?
And then I would place down evidence markers of evidence throughout the house.
And those are the yellow tents that we often see in these photos?
Yes.
And is that the process in which you followed in this case?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been pre-marked as states to.
No, I got you, Spider. I got you. Don't think I'm saying no. I got you. You're saying he's a piece of shit. Yeah. This is what was a little bit confusing for me. But yeah, I got you. I got you. Right. I'm just gonna see if I can get an ad in here. I won't play it for a minute or so, if in case we get an ad. If you get an ad, don't skip it, please. Um, just play it through. We still won't play it until you're all back, and let's see if you got an ad or not. Those that do get ads. Um, it's a tough one. This is because it is quite triggering for some of you. So I'm careful with the commentary I make here as well because don't really understand all this on a personal level, obviously. So um, I reserve all judgment on it because of that, really. Um, but I do think that our respect for this trial, need to read more about it, really. Once we know the ruling, this especially, probably try and do an episode just on this trial, if it goes ahead, which I think it will. Um, just to get a better understanding, because it's a delicate one, I think. So, did anyone get an ad? Anyone get an ad? I'll just wait for a minute now, just in case someone got an ad. Apologies, it's annoying, but I only get like 2 cents, but still, it's better than nothing. And those that got premium that don't have ads, that's absolutely fine. It still helps me out. Um, so yeah, it's gonna be an interesting case, I think. I think it's gonna be more complex than maybe what we think it is. Yeah, premium's fine. I mean, I still get it if it's premium. That's absolutely fine, Kim. It's those that are not premium. Have you got an ad or not? Basically, is the question. Um, I know Sarah hasn't got premium, so hopefully she got an ad. I don't tend to do ads that often. It's just I'm limited right now, so I thought, you know what, I'll try one to see if it works or not. So yeah, I think it's an interesting trial. So just a breakdown as well. We're going to do the end of this one on Monday, from 10 o'clock Eastern. On Tuesday, we're going to do Johnny Depp. What episode are we on, Spidey? That's actually a good question. What episode are we on? Um, we just completed, I believe. We just done day 10. So we're moving on to day 11 next. Okay. So we're becoming close to Amber. You didn't get an ad. Okay, that's fine. All the speakers are members, so in theory, if this works like Twitch, we won't get ads. We need a quick yes or no from a lurker. Yeah, that's it, Spider. I just checked. We got it. Yeah. I don't know whether this goes. No. So Terry, what's happened? It's not a spoiler. He's basically said that um he's gonna take everything, get transcript the whole day in a bit, and then make a . So we're not Oh, yes, she is. Erin, hello, Erin. Thank you so much, Erin. You're so kind to me. No worries, we'll keep on talking as you're there. Oh, thank you so much you're so generous. I'm still waiting for my little present. Um, it's actually I'll tell you live now where it is for myself. It's coming from New York. It is. I need to go Etsy to get it. Um, I got my sign and I got a couple of other bits that on the way. Need to find out where your one is. Um, no, not there. My purchases. Let me. Oh, let me check purchases. Track order in transit. It's in the United Kingdom as of the 7th today. So arrived in the United Kingdom this morning. Um, Cleared customs last night. It's processed, so it's in transit. So I should get it hopefully tomorrow. My little taco, my Erin taco. Um, so yeah, and thank you so much for the super chat, Erin. Pleasure as always. Right, we'll get on with this trial. As I say, we know where we are at the minute. Right, let's go.
Through 19. Will you review these and tell me if you recognize those items?
Let's go, Kim. You motherfucking bitch. Let's go, you badass bitch. I never thought about that. But as a man, Kim, I'd never know how to act in this situation, you know? I've got sisters and nieces. I'm not sure how I'd react. I'd go fucking ballistic, I think. So, yeah, you're badass bitches, all of you. So proud of all of you. I'm sorry if you had to go through it, but you're through the other end. What a great way to think about it. Hey, Erin. Heart.
Yes, I recognize them.
And how do you recognize
Oh,
them?
they're cool.
They're photos that I've taken.
And with the exception of number 3, I believe that's a floor plan.
Yes.
And as far as 2 and 4 through 19, they appear to accurately depict the scene as you saw it the night you were there, September 27th, 2020.
Yes.
And then as to number 3, does it appear to accurately depict a portion of the home as you recall it from when you were there in September?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to enter states 2 through 19.
Got no objection.
Received.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Just so everyone knows as well, you weren't there last night. Sorry, I keep stopping, but fuck, it's my channel. I am actually going to try a taco for the first time next week. Hopefully, I'm going to put an order in for my shopping on Wednesday, delivered, and I'm going to try one of those tacos, the crunchy ones. I'm going to put ground beef in it, some seasoning and everything. I'm going to try my first taco. Ah, how exciting is that? So yeah, I need to buy it. I've got it. We spoke about it last night, trying my first taco. Actually, as well, I spoke to my parents about white gravy, about country gravy. My father was all over it. He was like, I want to try that. That sounds delicious. So if there's anything like that in the UK, I might have to try it. So we're converting. We're converting.
Honor. So let's first look at states 2, and I'm going to display them digitally before you. And can you tell me what we see here in states 2?
Let me just ask, instead of turning down the lights, Ms. Conlon, are you able to see these sufficiently?
Yes.
Okay.
Judge White is moving forward with the lights on.
No one talked to
Oh,
Carowin.
it is?
Ignore
Okay,
him.
fair enough. Thank you.
Ignore Carowin. He's not a member, so ignore him.
I didn't want anybody nodding off.
Thank you.
It's
Ms.
ballerina.
Conlon,
It's
I'm going to give you a pointer.
standing ground hearing.
And
It's not
again,
trial.
sir, if you need to reposition anywhere around the courtroom, wherever you need to go to see, please
So
feel free.
basically, it's a hearing to see if he goes to trial, Kaz.
Ms.
So it's
Conlon, what
about
is it that we
ballerina
hear?
who killed
We
her
see here in
husband.
states 2.
It's a firearm.
And what firearm is that?
I believe it is the 45.
And is
check,
that,
Spider.
it's back in your lab as opposed to when you collected it in the home. Is that correct?
Correct.
And we see a magazine. It appears to have ammunition in it.
Yes.
And then the firearm, which has been locked back, and a holster. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then there's one round laying in this picture. Would that be if it had been in the chamber?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm going to show you states 3. This is the floor plan we talked about a moment ago. It's not the complete home. Is that correct?
Correct.
When you entered the home, how did you enter?
I entered through the garage, which would be right in this area.
So that the laundry room has what appears to be 2 doorways. The bottom one would be an exit to the garage.
Yeah.
So when you approached the home, you walked through the garage.
Yes.
And what observations did you make, if anything, of the driveway or the garage as you entered?
There was a U-Haul truck. There was a pod there. There was boxes. You could tell they were moving.
And when you entered the home, did the home appear to be furnished, or did it appear as somebody had already completed much of a move out?
There was still a couch in there. There was still some furniture, but the majority was being boxed up and everything.
Right, I know I'm annoying, but fuck them. Right, so this is what I'm buying, Spidey. Oh shit, where's it gone now? This is my tacos, right? So I am gonna be buying. We'll get back to this trial. It's all good. We're not going anywhere. It's all fine. Yes, Cass, that's the one. Woman shot ballerina. She's gorgeous as well, which might play a factor. No, I want to stop screen. I want to put. Kaz, have you ever had a taco before? I've never ever had a taco before, Kaz. So I'm going to try it for the first time ever. Share. Oh, geez, now I'm in the wrong fucking spot, aren't I? I'll move myself over this way. So this is why it's a stand your ground stuff, Kaz. Right. So EO. Oh, you can't see. So this taco shell, 12 crunchy taco shells, yeah? And probably the garlic and paprika taco seasoning mix. Or the kit. So what's cheaper? 1, 2, 280, 290. Yeah. You having tacos for dinner tonight? Oh. Well, so if you were here last night, you know that I promised to do tacos. So I'm going to try tacos for the first time. I'm going to cook them with my parents. The kit's more expensive, though. That's the only thing. Kit is more expensive, I think. Have you had, Carwyn, have you had tacos before? I've never had it. It's not a thing for me. Fajitas, burritos, all them. Not tacos, though. Yeah. I've had tortilla chips and stuff like that, but I've never had the actual um anything else. Yeah, so that's there we are. That's what I'm going to be buying. Is that I think I won't go for the kit, um, Kim. Actually, only because it costs less to get the mix. What's in the kit then? I will. No, Terry, never had it. Never had it. It's not a thing. That's why I'm asking Carwyn if he's had them. I've had all like fajitas, burritos, mainly everything. But never had tacos. I have nachos and everything like that. I will. So I get the delivery on Wednesday, so it'll probably be. Oh, we'll plan it. We'll plan it before I do it. What else do I need? That's all I need, isn't it? So I'll have ground mince on it, bit of tomato, lettuce, maybe, and the mix. And yeah, yeah. I've never been to that one because I've done the nachos and stuff like that, but I've never had an actual taco. So we're going for that. Right, what was the other one then? What did Spidey say? She said something here. Hand sausage gravy. Hang on, let me just have a look. Cheese, shred cheese and taco sauce. Taco sauce now? There's no taco sauce though, that's the only thing. Cool. Yeah, there's no taco sauce, that's the only thing. Except if you think that is. Ah, fine. I'm just gonna do it plain to start off with anyway, keep it easy. Right, I'm just gonna search for white gravy. See. No. Sausage gravy. No sausage grass, that is sausage gravy. Sausage gravy. Okay, I'll get the kit then. Fine, I'll get the kit then. Why does it keep going? I want sausage gravy, not grass. Sausage no, they don't have it. And the only white gravy, country gravy, isn't it? Country mix, country gravy. I put country gravy up and it comes up back as cat food. So yeah, no, they don't have it. Fine. But anyway, yeah, they do. Here we go, Kaz. Some people use the word taco for a certain part of the female anatomy. Hang on. Here we go. There we go, Kaz. There we are, Kaz. So if you remember, you got all the access to the good stuff. Taco, 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 taco. Amazon wish list. What's an Amazon wish list? Why do I want an Amazon wish list? Or do they sell it on Amazon? Do they? Hang on, I better put the trial back on, otherwise people are gonna fucking leave. Present, share screen. People not here to listen to me. They're here to watch this bad boy, aren't they? Oh, I need to move myself first. Hang on, let me move myself. Let me move myself. Save. Put it layout. I was just on there, Kaz. There was no Americans on there. Hang on, just in case I missed it. No, I'm in Amazon now. Um, country gravy. Let's just see if there's a country gravy in this bad boy. Oh, here we go. Country sausage gravy. Oh, there is, but I have to buy. Literally, it's about $60. Not doing that bad boy. Hang on, Carwin sent me something. Southern style. Okay, is it? Okay, so this might be white gravy then. Let me just get a. Is this what we're talking about? Carwyn just sent me a link. Kaz, can you find it in Morrison's at all? Because I don't shop in Tesco's. I shop Morrison's. Is this what we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen? Um, present, share screen. It's true. So, oh fuck. Save, update layout. So, Southern style gravy granules. No, that's not it. That's brown gravy. That's not it, Kaz. That's brown gravy. That's proper gravy. So no, we don't have that one. Um, no. I don't think there's anything there. Morrison's. So just checking Morrison's now just to see. Food order, Morrison's store finder, delivery pass, shop, American. I want to find American section. Um, Let me just go through this quickly. I can't see anything so far. Fajitas, Blue Moon. Is Blue Moon American, is it? Rustlers. Nah, there's nothing. Macaroni cheese. Hang on, Carwyn's got something again. Oh, Carwyn's on to something here. Right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we might have sorted it. We might have sorted it. Carwyn might have sorted this. Let me get it up. Oi, oi. Um, I've never heard of this brand before, but I trust Carwyn. He's a food connoisseur. Um, Here we go. Let me get that one off. I mean, Jesus, you come and watch the trial, and we're watching fucking white gravy. Pioneer. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Go go. So there we are. That's it, isn't it? That's it. Gravy mix, country gravy mix. Does everyone agree that that's what it is? Okay. Let's see how much is delivery and stuff for this bad boy then. Maybe I should go off this screen. Let's see. Right. I'm not paying huge amounts for delivery, right? So let's just have a look here now. No, I'm not having that. It's £4 just for delivery. It's gonna cost me basically it's gonna cost me $10 to buy it. 10, 6.90. No, hang on. Oh no, I can't show you because can I? I can show you this way. Actually, I can. Um, share screen. There, share screen. Motherfucker! Why do I have to keep moving? Like, surely it's not worth that. Do you know what I mean? That's a lot, guy, just for a pack like that. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. I probably will end up buying it, but it's just find a recipe, make your own. Stop moaning, Juju. Yeah, I can't make my own, so it's all good. Well, at least we found one anyway. Fine, Karen, if you became a member, I might actually fucking buy it. Do you know what I mean? We would afford it then. We'll see. We'll see. Right, let's get this trial up again then, because otherwise, that's not what you're here for. Okay. Let's get this trial underway. I will try it now that I know there's this. Just leave for a bit. Present. Share screen. When in the stores for like this is I mean that's the only problem with online. You could get ripped off, and I'm not inclined to buy when delivery is more than a fucking item. Do you know what I mean? Check out, no, watch live, ballerina. Right, I need to be there. I need to move myself a slightly to there. I move us. Oh no, I have to be there. Save. Delete it out. Here we go. We're back to the trial. But at least we've found some stuff. And also, I'm going to be trying tacos. So I'm always trying tacos because of Erin. She's the whole reason. So, and the only reason I want to try white gravy is because of Spider Girl. So I will one day.
And we see 2 bedrooms here. Were there only 2 bedrooms in this home?
No, there's a third one, and it's past the living room and kitchen.
So it would be the top of this picture.
Yeah,
correct?
it would be up there,
And how would you categorize that bedroom?
the master bedroom.
And then we have 2 bedrooms here on the left, one being a child bedroom and then one being Miss Benefield's bedroom. As far as you know, is that accurate?
Correct.
What did you enter the room called the child's bedroom?
Yes,
And what about it made you
Let's
believe
go,
it was a
Erin.
child's bedroom?
because it had kids stuff in it, kids clothing.
Did you find anything of evidentiary value in that child's bedroom?
No,
Did you enter the bedroom that we have on this floor plan marked as Miss Benefield's bedroom?
yes,
And did you find did you find things of evidentiary value in that bedroom?
yes,
And did you document that bedroom in the remainder of these states?
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you. What I'm going to show you first is states 4. Oh, sorry. Can you describe what we see here in states 4?
I'm in the corner in the back, just taking overalls. There's blood on the floor, and there's a bullet hole right here.
And I think we have a close up of that bullet hole once you marked it.
Yes,
That hallway there, is that the hallway we saw on the floor plan that adjoined that child bedroom?
yes.
And what is on the other side of this wall where you said I think you can actually see the bullet hole there. And then there's a socket on the wall. What's on the other side of that wall?
The bathroom.
This is states 5. Is this the same area in the bedroom?
Yes,
And the item or the area there, that's a closet with the bifold doors?
yes,
Okay, thank you. And when you entered the room, was the mattress up against the wall like that?
yes.
Had anything been moved or touched to your knowledge prior to you taking the pictures?
No,
Where are you standing in this is state 6. Pardon me. Where are you standing when you take this photo?
I'm in the doorway.
Where the one we saw, the bathroom would have been on your right.
Correct.
And we see tent markers here, 1 through 6. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell me what was at tent markers 1 through 4?
1 through 4 are casings.
And did you collect those items?
Yes,
And do you remember the caliber of those casings?
the 45.
And were they also the Hornady? Or-
Yes.
okay, I think I'm saying it wrong, but.
I might be saying it wrong too.
And then I see here, there's a black tripod thing there in this top picture. What is that?
It's a light.
Okay. And that's something you placed or another crime scene tech placed there?
Yes.
And how about number 5? What is that tent marker number 5, which is near that tripod?
A projectile.
And then number 6, what is number 6 marking?
Blood.
I'm going to show you states number 7. Is this the projectile you said was at state or at number 5?
Yes.
Okay. And did you collect that item?
Yes.
Now states 8, I think you're looking back towards that wall in the hallway. Is that correct?
Yes.
And can you tell me what it is at state 7?
The hole right there.
And I'm just going to zoom in so you can. And there appears to be something below it other than your sticky number 7.
Yes.
And what is that?
It's a ruler.
Is that just for scaling?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I got ahead of myself. Did you find any other holes other than state 7? There was a, what'd you call it, bullet hole?
Yes.
Yes. Did you find any other holes that corresponded with state 7?
Yes.
Okay, and so can you tell me about those?
So they would be in the bathroom in the cabinet. So I marked the one after that 8, and then 9 was the exit hitting the cabinet door, and then 10 is the actual on the other side of that cabinet.
So 8 would have been the back of the cabinet?
Correct. Yes.
Opposite side 7?
Yes.
And then it traveled through the cabinet door, which you did as 9 and 10?
Correct.
And then did it ultimately land or strike somewhere and come to a stop?
Yes.
And where was that?
It's right outside the bathroom door.
So I'll show you states 9. Is this the frame of the bathroom door?
Yes.
And if you could just tell us what we see here.
It's going to be the projectile inside that hole.
And you mark that 11.
Correct.
This is states 10. What do we see here in states 10?
The trajectory rods, just to show the path of the bullet.
So those are something you placed there to make sure that was the same bullet that went through those holes at number 7 and 8, 9, and 10?
Correct.
And did you ultimately dig the projectile out of tent marker 11?
Yes.
And I believe states 11 is a close-up of that hole prior to your digging it up. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then what do we see here in states 12?
That's the bullet that I dug out at 11.
Thank you. Did you find any other holes anywhere else in the home?
Yes.
Okay. And where was that?
The living room.
And did you document that?
Yes.
I'm going to show you states 13. Can you kind of orient us in the home? Or if I can switch back to the floor plan if it would help. But.
No, that's the front door by 16. So it's like right in the living room area.
And now that wall that we're looking at, is that, I see a window, so that's an exterior wall of the home?
Yes.
And where would the bedroom be in this photo? Or not in this photo, but where would the bedroom be in comparison to where this photo is taken?
Behind me.
And what is this small brown item? I believe we see it in states 14.
It was struck by the bullet.
And it's some kind of canvas thing?
Yes.
So this is states 14. And then states 15, is that the bullet that traveled into the living room wall?
Yes.
And you collected it?
Yes.
I'm going to just go back to states 3. If you could kind of show us on this diagram where that bullet strike was.
It would have been right here.
So that's the door we saw and the window we saw in the
Right.
corner of.
Yes.
Thank you. Did you find and collect any other firearms in this home?
Yes.
And how many?
2 others.
And where were they located?
One was in the bedroom with the blood, in the closet, in a backpack.
And so I'm showing you state 16. Is this the closet you're talking about?
Yes.
And where's the backpack?
Right there.
And then I believe state 17, is that the firearm in the backpack?
Yes.
Thank you. Did you you said you found 2?
And then one was in the kitchen pantry.
And I'm showing you states 18. Is this a portion of that kitchen pantry?
Yes.
And where was the firearm?
It was below that picture. Yes.
And so we see a basket here, and then this is another
That's
basket.
when, yeah, that's when, yeah.
And so states 19, that's a firearm.
Correct.
Okay, and you collected both of them.
Yes.
Thank you. Were they both loaded?
Yes.
Did you locate any cell phones in this home?
Yes.
And did you collect them?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 20 and through 22. Judge, these are entered by stipulation number 2. But are these photos you've seen before?
Yes,
And is it your understanding that they were taken by first responders when the victim was still on scene?
yes,
And I didn't ask you, but when you arrived, had the victim already been taken away by EMS, to your understanding?
yes.
Were you ever given any information by law enforcement to help you in your investigation about why there was a drag mark?
Yes,
And what was the information that you were given?
that's, they had pulled him out to start working on him.
And is it your understanding these pictures were taken in the bedroom prior to that?
Correct.
Your Honor, they were entered by stipulation, but the state would ask to publish
All right.
20 through 22.
Ma'am, can I please have
Oh,
20 to
I'm
22?
sorry.
I have them here if you want on the screen or not, either which way.
I can look at them here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
On the night of the incident, did you have any involvement with the defendant, Ms. Benefield?
Not that night, no.
And was it your understanding that another crime scene tech took photos to document her appearance on that night?
Yes,
And who was that?
it was Megan.
And Your Honor, I believe these are entered by stipulation number 4. But Ms. Conlon, would you take a look at states 23 through 26 and tell me if those are the photos you understand? It's Megan Dvorak, is that
Correct, yes.
she took those?
Yes, these are Megan's pictures.
And Your Honor, the state would ask to publish them. Would you like me to do it on the screen or would you like to just look at them?
I must have to go back and watch that again. I was looking for tacos, I was looking at how to make tacos. So I missed all that. Oops. Sorry. So I don't know if that was interesting or if that was any good or what. I will go back and rewatch it tomorrow. So hopefully that was of any use. I blame Erin. She bloody put pictures of tacos on. So I was like, oh, let's have a look to see what they look like. How to fill them and stuff. My bad. My bad. Can't wait to try tacos. I got tacos on the brain now. Can't wait to try them. Did I miss anything on this one? On the are we more convinced or what? Where are we with this trial now? I missed that completely. Just food on the brains, like Carol's probably making tacos right now. We'll carry on with it. It's just that, sorry, I've missed all of that. So I'm back concentrated now, though. The ballerina showed her taco. Hey, Carol, have you seen the ballerina? She can show her taco all day long. She is a lovely, lovely, lovely lady. Obviously, accused murderer, so take that out. But she's gorgeous. So this is what men think like. Do you know what I mean? So a bit scary, doesn't it? She just murdered someone. I mean, Carol are going for, but she's gorgeous though.
Just to confirm, there you are. 20 to 22 and 23 to 26 are stepped in.
Yes.
All right. They'll be received.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Ms. Conlon, later, were you asked to document Ms. Benefield's appearance again?
Yes,
And do you recall what date that was?
it was the 1st.
Of October?
Yes,
And where did you go to do that?
at the sheriff's office.
And did you in fact take photos of her?
I did.
I'm going to show you states 27, 28, and 29.
Yes,
And are those the photos you took of her on October 1st, 2020?
yes,
And do they appear to fairly and accurately depict her appearance that night?
yes.
Your Honor, the state would ask to enter 27 through 29.
Any objection?
None, Your Honor.
Received.
And while you were there, did you observe any injuries to her body?
Some scratches, light bruising.
And this is 27, is that taken October 1st?
Yes,
And then this is 28, are those the scratches you were talking about?
yes,
And 29?
yes.
Did Ms. Benefield complain of any injuries to you that night?
She never spoke.
Thank you. I don't have anything further, Judge. The defense may.
Okay, let's go.
And Judge, I just want to correct something before the defense does cross. The picture that came in as State's Exhibit number 2.
Thanks, Kim.
It was
See
my
you
fault. I
later.
switched the pictures on accident. That
Hopefully
firearm
see you
is the one
Monday.
that was found in the backpack in the closet, not the one that was found in the neighbor's house. But all the testimony about the neighbor's house and the gun being at the neighbor's house is accurate. It's just the picture is a different gun.
Thanks, Kim.
Okay.
Yes.
And are you
Caroline.
going to need the pictures? Or do you want the lights back up?
I think for right now, we could have the lights back up, Your Honor.
Absolutely.
I may request that they go down.
Just let us know.
Do you want the hard copies?
Deputy Colon,
I'm not a deputy, just a crime scene tech.
crime scene tech. How shall I address you, Miss Colon?
Yeah, that's fine.
I have a few questions for you. No heavy lifting. I first want to ask you about crime scene.
Mhm.
Your purpose as a crime scene technician is to arrive and document as accurately as possible the circumstances that you find.
Yes,
And traditionally, ideally at least, you should be the first one that enters the crime scene, if you will, so that what you document is an accurate depiction of how it existed at the moment.
correct.
All right. In this instance, that wasn't particularly possible, correct?
Correct.
All right. And in fact, before you arrived, Douglas Benefield, who subsequently was deceased, he was moved in an effort to be worked on by not only the deputies on the scene when they first arrived, but by the EMS people as well.
Yes,
All right. So in your documentation of this scene, anything that might depict certain things could have been modified based upon prior efforts inside the crime scene.
correct.
Now, you told us approximately, I realize going from memory is difficult. Did you write supplementary reports?
I did.
Okay, do you have them with you today?
I do.
Good. Can you tell us approximately, feel free to refer to your notes if necessary. Can you tell us approximately what time you arrived on the scene?
Approximately, it was 8:28
8:28
in the evening,
in the evening,
Correct.
PM.
PM. Yes,
And your reports, Ms. Colon, would they document what time the incident was reported or alleged to have occurred?
not in my report, but I had the notification time that I was called, which
Yeah.
was going to be 19:37, which is 7:37 PM.
7:37. 7:37.
Correct.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that notification to crime scene goes out pretty much immediately?
Correct.
All right. Because once again, you want to be first on the scene to be able to preserve it.
Correct.
Okay. So in this case, assuming that the incident occurred sometime close to 7:37, you arrived approximately an hour later.
Correct.
All right. You said something in your direct testimony that was interesting. You had entered the residence pursuant to a search warrant.
I have to wait for the search warrant. The residence I entered was the next door neighbor's residence
Yes.
to collect the gun. But
Yes, but for purposes of the incident where the shooting took place, you entered after being notified that the search warrant had been secured.
correct.
Okay. So this is what I want to establish. If you got notified of this incident at 7:37 and you arrived and entered at approximately 8:28, approximately an hour later, somewhere in between that time, a search warrant was drawn up and provided to a judge who signed it to allow you to enter.
Correct.
That's some pretty fast work, no?
That's pretty typical for our agency.
Okay, so in other words,
They're pretty used to writing them pretty quick.
okay, so the incident happens, bing, bang, you put the search warrant together and you're in.
Yes.
Okay. Now, just so we're clear and there's no confusion, and I don't mean to imply in any capacity that there was any sleight of hand involved. The actual weapon that was pictured in the slide was the gun that came out of the backpack,
Correct.
which I think is a Sig Sauer.
The
Oh.
backpack was a 380, yes, 6 hour, I believe.
380,
It was a 380 in the backpack,
right, not the 45.
not the 45.
Okay. And the photographs that were taken of Miss Benefield, some were taken that evening, correct?
Correct.
And then there was another opportunity to take a second set of photographs a couple of days later on October 1st.
Correct.
And why would there have been a second set of photographs taken on October 1st?
To see if any more bruising would come up, better pictures.
Yeah, in other words, a lot of times bruises are not readily apparent immediately and they develop over the course of a day, 2, 3 days.
Correct.
Okay. Now, give me just a moment, please.
Bloody hell. He loves a movement, doesn't he? Yeah, that's true though. Bruises don't always come out straight away. We can hear the states table. Why is it blurry? Why is it coming out as blurry though?
Okay.
Why is it blurry?
All right, Ms. Conlon, I want to ask you a few questions with the help of my very able-bodied assistant, Mr. O'Keefe. And we're going to put a few of those photographs up. I want to ask you some questions.
It's better.
About them.
If you're going to refer to any that are already in evidence, I prefer we use the ones that are already marked. If there's additional ones, then obviously you can lay the predicate or get a stipulation for admissibility.
Whispering.
I just want to see.
What are we doing now? Hello, what are we doing?
I gave him all of the state's evidence. Mr. Chair, will show you the right document. She does.
If you're looking for 23 through 26, those are
That's the
here.
ones. Oh, wait a minute, I'm sorry, is that the victim or the defendant?
These are photos of Miss Benefield.
That's what I mean.
And my notes reflect that 23 through 26 are photos from the night of the incident.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Like, can we just get let me be getting cranky now, but come on, get yourselves better organized, guys. Oh, do you know why? Because I'm not back up to full speed. That's why it seems slower. That's my bad. That's my fault. Dreaming about tacos instead of actually concentrating. Yeah, they're going to be quicker now. Look at them. Oi, oi. Chat's gone quiet. It's like, what's going on? Here we go. That's the bruise. We saw that earlier on. Sarah,
Good.
could definitely be
All right, Ms.
distracting.
Conlon, let me direct your
Both
attention to
versions.
the exhibit that is now up on the Elmo. I want to ask you, with respect to Miss Benefield's left side of the face, specifically the left eyelid, does that appear to be the same size as the eyelid on the right, or does it appear to be swollen?
Objection.
Yeah, I'm going to sustain. I mean, I can see that for myself. I don't need the witness to
Tuesdays.
narrate what the evidence is. Unless there's something specific that you want to draw out about it, but
No, that's fine. The only other question I was going to ask was about the left cheek, Your Honor.
okay. But I also think that she didn't take these.
I understand.
Okay, go ahead. So I'm going to sustain.
Okay. With respect, Ms. Cologne, to Ms. Benefield's left cheek, do you see that as swollen as compared to the right cheek?
Sustain.
Next.
Why would you sustain it? Well, who cares? You can see it. Hello?
This was a photograph that was taken when?
That was the first night.
Okay. And this was taken by you?
No, that was taken by Megan.
By Megan. Are you familiar with this photograph?
I am.
All right. Does this photograph, it's hard to depict in this exhibit under the Elmo. Does it show whether or not the scratch?
Objection, Judge.
Yeah.
Well, I understand, but let me finish the question. I don't know where he's going. It's not uncommon for lawyers to start this way and make a, not wrong turn, but left turn. So
I'll
go ahead.
withdraw the question.
Oh, no, ask your question, please, but I don't know where it was going.
I understand, but I also know what the ruling is, so
If it's just to narrate
out of
what's,
concern for the court's time.
yeah, I
understand.
mean, and then you can argue that, certainly,
I'll be able to argue it. too.
absolutely,
Yeah,
100%.
withdraw. Okay, thank you.
Unfortunately, Terry, my delivery
Conlon,
doesn't come until Wednesday.
In your many years at the sheriff's office, you've responded to homicide scenes regularly.
Yes.
And is it your understanding from your experience that a lot happens prior to your actually getting called out?
Yes.
And so if you get a call out at 7:37, you can't say how long law enforcement had been on scene prior to your getting there, can you?
No.
Because in theory, patrol arrives first.
Correct.
And at some point, there's a determination that there's a homicide before the homicide unit gets called out.
Correct.
And are you next in line after the homicide unit?
Yes. Yes.
And you're not the person writing the search warrant. You just wait before you enter.
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing else, Judge.
Sir? All right, can this witness be released, state?
Yes.
Mr. Taylor? All right, maybe you're releasing your subpoena. Thank you very much. Oh, yes.
But Your Honor, we have her under subpoena for tomorrow also.
Oh, well, hold on then. All right, ma'am, apparently you're still under subpoena. All right, so remain available. Thank you. Go ahead.
Statement called Dr. Vega.
Your Honor, we have her under subpoena for tomorrow also.
Oh, well, hold on then. All right, ma'am, apparently you're still under subpoena. All right, so remain available. Thank you.
All right, we'll jump
Please
up.
state your name
My name is Russell Scott Vega. The last name is spelled Vega.
and where do you work?
I'm the Chief Medical Examiner for the 12th District of Florida, and that includes Manatee County, where we are now.
And what is the 12th Circuit?
It includes 3 counties, Manatee, as well as Sarasota to our south and DeSoto County to our east.
And you said Chief Medical Examiner. So what does that mean?
That means in the medical examiner's office, I supervise the other medical examiners. I set policy. I basically manage the office.
You're the boss.
Yeah.
Okay. And what is your education to do the job that you have?
I started in undergraduate, majoring in physics and biochemistry at Florida State University. Then I went to medical school after that, University of South Florida in Tampa. After medical school, I did 2 years of training in general surgery, and then 4 years of training in anatomic and clinical pathology, and then a year of subspecialty training in forensic pathology.
Hold on one second.
Jesus.
Out of respect for the court's time and to Dr. Vega, who I was credentials I'm familiar with, we're happy to recognize him.
All right, are you willing to stipulate or accept that stipulation?
Yes, I do have a few more questions about specific things that he's done, though.
Okay.
Okay. And how long have you been the Chief Medical Examiner, if I didn't ask you already?
It will be 20 years, October 1st.
As part of your duties as a Chief Medical Examiner, do you still perform autopsies and do the work that your other medical examiners would do?
Yes.
How often would you say you perform autopsies?
I'm on the schedule every month, so not necessarily on a weekly basis, but certainly on a monthly basis.
And over your career, how many autopsies would you say you've done approximately?
Yeah, I don't have an exact count, but probably in the 3,500 to 4,000 range.
How many of those approximately would you say are gunshot wounds or contain some aspect of a gunshot wound?
It's in the hundreds, but I wouldn't be able to tell you more than that.
Is wound interpretation part of your duties as a medical examiner?
Yes.
Okay. And what exactly is wound interpretation, other than exactly what it sounds like?
It's being able to examine a body and identify injuries present on or in that body and be able to, in that identification, determine what the nature of the injury is, possibly what kind of implement, tool, or weapon was associated with inflicting that injury, and other things about the nature of the injury, such as when it occurred or things associated with the circumstances under which the injury was sustained.
Okay. Did you do the autopsy of Doug Benefield?
Yes, I did.
And when was that?
That autopsy was on September 28th of 2020.
Okay. And
Keep going to
generally
lunch.
on Mr. Benefield, how many wounds did you
Another
find?
hour left.
I found 2 clear gunshot wounds, 1 possible gunshot wound, and then 2 other separate smaller injuries, one to the head and one to the back of the thigh.
Were pictures taken during this autopsy?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you States Exhibit 30 through 38. You can just take a look at these.
Well, this should be interesting testimony. I'm trying to listen to this one. It still looks a little bit blurry. I don't know why. Yeah. I think it's Core TV.
Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what are they?
These are photographs that were taken at the time of the autopsy of Mr. Benefield.
And do they accurately reflect the autopsy as you recall, parts of the autopsy as you recall?
Yes.
Statement entered evidence States 30 through 38.
Objection?
No.
Received? Are you gonna publish them now?
Yeah.
Folks, the state is about to publish photographs that were taken during an autopsy. I would imagine that most people here probably have never attended an autopsy or seen photographs from an autopsy. I didn't see them, but I don't think they're the full autopsy.
No.
I would assume they're external
Yes.
photographs.
Yes.
However, for those of you who may have an emotional connection with this case, sometimes these can be very difficult to look at. So if you think that you might have some difficulties, I'm not worried. Sometimes I'm worried about a jury and an emotional response. I'm not worried about that. But just to avoid any distractions, if anybody thinks that they might have a reaction, please feel free to step out for a few minutes and then you can step right back in. All right, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm going to show you States Exhibit 30 just so we understand who we're talking about. Is this the patient, Doug Benefield?
Yes, this is a photograph of the decedent, Mr. Benefield, from the essentially mid-chest up.
Okay. And I'm going to show you the next exhibit, States 31. Can you tell me what we're looking at here?
Yes, so this is the decedent's right arm and the right side of his chest. And this shows 2 injuries, really one superficial injury to the right arm. And I can use the laser pointer if you like. Okay.
Judge, this is the wound that's the subject of the motion.
Understand, I'm going to reserve on the objection. And once I hear it, then I'll make a final ruling. But yes.
Obviously,
noted.
you can see it.
So we see 2 injuries here, one on the chest here and one on the right arm. The chest really is a more complex injury. There are really 3 components here. There is what was circular gunshot perforation here. There is an incision that was made by doctors who were treating him in life-saving measures that was made from the edge of the gunshot wound downward here. That was to insert a chest tube or tube to relieve pressure and blood from the chest cavity.
And I didn't ask you this, but sometimes people are pronounced deceased at a scene, and sometimes that happens at the hospital after medical intervention. And I think you've answered this, but which type was this?
This was the second type.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he had signs of medical intervention.
He did indeed.
And are you trained to identify that as opposed to an injury?
Yes, I am.
Okay. You can go ahead. So the top of that chest wound would be more of the bullet entry wound.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
And then go ahead.
In addition to that, there's also there is some bruising that's evident in the skin around that hole. And then separate from that is the arm wound here.
Okay. So let's talk specifically about the chest wound first.
Yes.
So this wound, I don't know if you said it first or if I said it first, was an entrance wound. How do you determine the difference between an entrance wound and an exit wound of a firearm?
Well, there are characteristics of the hole in the skin itself that can be helpful in that regard. But the easiest way to be able to tell the difference between an entrance and an exit is if you have one hole and the projectile still in the body and you have a track between those 2 points.
Okay.
That's what we have here. So that helped me be very confident that this was an entrance wound.
That's the entrance wound.
If you have 2 holes and no projectile, usually it's pretty clear, but it can be a little bit harder.
Okay. But in this case with the chest wound, was not difficult.
That's correct.
Okay. So this is States Exhibit 32. It's a closer up image of the chest wound. Can you just point out where the bullet injury would be?
Yes, that's right here.
Okay. And then States Exhibit 33 is the back of Mr. Benefield. And there's a lot of discoloring at the top of the shoulders and the lower back. What is that?
Yes. So you're correct. This is his back. And just for clarification, this is the neck and the back of the head, the left ear, and there's this pink purple discoloration here, but especially up here on the, let's just say the shoulder regions. That's lividity. Lividity is the pooling of blood that occurs in the body after death. That part of what we see is not injury or in any way related to what happened to him prior to his death. It's simply essentially what we would call an artifact or a postmortem finding.
Okay. So this is the darkness that we're seeing here is just sort of a natural process.
This here and this here.
Okay.
That's correct.
And what about this picture is not a natural process?
Within this area that's not discolored, and the reason for that is that there was pressure on the skin here, that prevented the blood from pooling after death. So that's why it's more pale. But in the at least contained within that zone is this smaller, darker purple area. And that is not lividity or a postmortem finding. That's associated with injury.
Okay. Did you inspect that area to find out what it was?
Yes.
Okay. And what was it?
I could palpate. I could feel a lump under that area of the back. And upon further examination by cutting the skin and examining underneath, there was a projectile there.
Okay. So I'm going to show you states 34. What are we looking at here?
This is a photograph that was taken after I had done the incision and essentially uncovered the projectile that was in the subcutaneous tissue, the tissue under the skin. Okay. And that's the projectile right there.
And during the autopsy, were you able to connect the path of the initial hole to this projectile?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could just explain what it went from which side to which side.
So referring back to the photograph, if you will, we don't have to show it, but it was on the left side of the back. And the entrance wound that we saw was on the right side of the chest.
Okay.
So the path that the bullet took was across his chest from right to left.
Okay.
It was also somewhat from front to back. In considering a standing position, it was horizontal, roughly, meaning that the entrance wound was at the same height above the ground, if you were standing, that the bullet was found. So there was no significant upward or downward trajectory through the body.
Okay. So on that plane, it was fairly horizontal. It didn't go up or down much.
Yes.
Okay. So I just want to, I can either do it on myself or you can do it on me. So, or I can do it on me. Point to where the entrance wound would be on you.
So on me, the entrance wound is basically where I'm pointing now.
And then the exit wound or where the projectile landed would be where?
Back here. I probably can't point quite as accurately on myself there. But
Okay. So there was a definite right to left motion of this projectile.
definitely a right to left trajectory through his body.
So the next photo I want to show you is States Exhibit 35. This is a different wound. This is the arm wound. Can you tell?
This is the arm?
Yes, this is the arm.
Yes, sir. All right, reserved.
And what can you tell me about what we're looking at here on the arm?
So the arm wound is a superficial wound. It's essentially a scrape of the skin. So the surrounding skin is normal, right? And then this area, the superficial part of the skin, what we might call the epidermis, and maybe a little bit of the skin underneath that, of the dermis underneath that, has been scraped away, and it leaves this red, irregularly shaped wound here.
Okay. And you said relatively superficial. So what does that mean?
That means that outside of the skin being scraped away, there's no deeper injury, there's no additional damage, there's no underlying injury to the bone or the soft tissues, there's no bruising. It's just this scraping of the skin, and that's it.
And being that it's superficial, does that limit your ability to determine where it came from or what it's from?
In this case, I would answer that yes. In general, sometimes the pattern or the nature of the appearance on the skin can give you a very clear idea of how that injury occurred. But in this case, it's a relatively irregular and what I would say not characteristic of any particular mechanism of injury.
Okay. If you had to make an educated decision about what you think this is, what is your opinion about that?
I think more likely than not, it is a...
I understand. I'm sorry, just we have to get objections on the record. I'm
sorry. Go ahead.
Certainly. More likely than not, it is a what I would call a grazing gunshot wound. Grazing gunshot wounds are wounds that just barely scrape across the skin in their path rather than going into the body. And so they leave a scrape pattern on the skin where they do that. Grazing gunshot wounds sometimes, frequently, have a much more characteristic appearance. And this one did not really have those characteristics. But given that we have 2 clear gunshot wounds in the body, and this additional injury could be, by its appearance, a grazing gunshot wound, I think it more likely than not that it is.
Okay. And you said it's not typical of a graze wound. What do you mean by that?
A typical grazing gunshot wound looks like a furrow or a trough across the skin. It's long, narrow, and typically it has characteristic shapes at either long end and has skin tag tears along the long edges, if you will. And this really didn't have any of those characteristics.
Okay. So that made it difficult to determine exactly what it was.
Yes.
Okay. Then I want to move to the leg wound. This is States Exhibit 36. If you could orient us, what are we looking at here?
So this photograph is taken with the leg turned, and you're looking at the back surface of the leg. And when I say leg, I'm referring to the calf. So the part of the lower extremity, which is below the knee. So this is essentially where the knee is here.
Facing away from the camera is where the knee would be.
Correct, and behind the gloved hand. So this is the back of the calf, and the body here is turned over. So it makes the orientation a little bit more I'm sorry, the leg is turned over, so it makes the orientation a little bit harder to see.
Okay.
But this is the back of the right leg, and the injury itself is, the hole here that's between the two parts of the ruler.
I'm going to zoom in on this. So if you could tell us, can you tell, first of all, is this a gunshot wound?
Yes,
And is this an entrance wound or an exit wound?
this is an entrance wound.
And how you tell it's an entrance wound?
An entrance wound typically has a round or oval shape based on whether or not the projectile is going into the skin from a perpendicular, straight-on orientation or at somewhat of an angle. The angle creates the oval shape typically, and this is an oval shape here. It has some scraping or abrasion at the edges of the wound here, and those characteristics are typical for an entrance wound.
Okay. So you mentioned oval shape is indicative of a projectile coming at an angle.
Yes.
So that would be as opposed to maybe from side to side of the calf, it is at some sort of an angle.
Well, it could be side to side as a comparison, but the main thing is to think of it as not being at a perpendicular angle to the skin. So that angle, you could have an oval which is horizontally oriented because the angle is like that to the skin.
Yes.
Or you could have an oval which is vertically oriented, like this one is, because the angle is up and down related to the skin.
So with reference to this entrance wound, assuming someone were standing, so that would be the normal anatomical positioning?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So the angle of this entrance wound would be coming from which direction? Coming from where?
From below the level of where the hole is. So it would be coming from essentially the floor.
Okay. So if someone were standing and someone were laying on the floor, they could shoot up and maybe get this angle.
Yes.
We're not saying that's what happened. It could happen.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to show you the next, which is States, I have to close it. States Exhibit 37. What are we looking at there?
So this is the right leg seen from a different perspective. We were looking before at the right leg twisted from the left side of the body. Now we're looking at the right leg untwisted from the right side of the body.
Okay. So when you say twisted, as we're looking at that leg now, when you took the picture before, twisted this way, you mean?
Yes. And
Okay.
Let me.
You can show.
It was rotated like this.
Perfect.
So that you could see the back of the leg.
Thank you. So now the leg is flipped back. And what are we looking at here?
So this is the right knee here. This is the right leg, right foot, and this is the exit hole for the gunshot that started with the entrance that we just saw previously, and that's just below, but basically on the side of the right knee.
And I have one more picture a little closer up of this. So well, let me back up a minute. Where would the entrance wound approximately be on this picture?
So the entrance wound is back here at more or less this level, where we can't see it because it's on the underside of the leg, and even if this rail were not here and you could see the entire leg, you probably wouldn't see it because it's on the back of the leg, not the side.
Okay. And then the last picture that's a little closer up, I just want to ask you, how can you tell that's an exit wound?
As opposed to the previous entrance wound that we saw, which was an oval hole, this looks more like a tear in the skin, and that is characteristic of exit wounds. This tear is irregular and V-shaped. Exit wounds tend to have non-predictable, irregularly shaped tears in the skin, and this is pretty common appearance for an exit wound. And as I described previously when we were talking about the chest wound, being able to pair two holes together, the sort of features that make one hole an entrance and one an exit are amplified when you see the two together, and one is characteristic of an entrance, the other is characteristic of an exit. That makes it a much more certain determination. Sometimes you have two wounds, both of them can look more like entrances, and then it might be hard to tell which is which. They might look more like exits, depending on individual characteristics in that particular case. But in this case, pretty straightforward. The one we previously described looks like an entrance. This looks like an exit, so that's the pairing.
Okay. And the path went straight through.
Yes.
Did the projectile hit bone, or was it just tissue?
It did hit bone.
Bone. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you could just verbally say, what was the directionality of this wound path?
So this wound traversed the leg in an upward angle from the back toward the front, and also from the left toward the right.
Okay. So are you able to, let's assume that there were 3 shots. Let's assume that one's a graze wound. So one shot was found inside the body, one went through and through the leg, and then there was a graze wound. Are you able to say which one of those happened first?
No.
Okay. And why not?
Sometimes wounds that are in the same part of the body, especially say gunshot wounds through the head, the fracture pattern can tell you that. But if you don't have something like that, there aren't physiological features that allow you to time them, unless there's been so much time between that there's healing, for instance.
Right.
So there was none of that here.
Okay.
So there were just simply no physiological findings that would allow me to tell which came first.
And also, do you have limitations on being able to ascertain where the shooter was versus where the victim was when shots were fired?
Well, one thing that being able to determine an entrance and an exit through the body, or in the case of the chest wound, the entrance and the location of the projectile within the body. It allows you to determine the relative position of the gun when it was fired relative to the body of the decedent. So that gives you some of that information, but not all of it, because a gun can be held in different ways. It can be held toward the body or away from the body. It can be held at different heights and locations relative to the shooter. So some information, yes, but not. It doesn't allow you to tell you entirely where they were relative to one another.
If it can tell you where the gun is in relation to where the body is, it doesn't necessarily tell you where the shooter's body was positioned, only that the gun must have been at this angle. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. So it's kind of confusing. So let me give you an example. We'll talk about the leg wound. It was right leg, correct?
Correct.
And it's going from here out here.
Correct. Yes.
At an upward angle.
Yes.
So if I were to be standing here, someone would have to be on the floor to shoot up my leg, right? At that angle.
More or less, yes.
Okay. How about if I were falling this way and someone shot? Could that angle be duplicated?
Yes, especially if you fell backward and really externally rotated your leg out to present the back of the calf to a gun that might be firing well to your left.
Okay. And is there a scenario that could work where the calf or the knee is bent in this direction and the shot comes from behind?
Yes.
Okay. One moment. Did you do any toxicology on Doug Benfield, on the body?
I took samples and submitted them to the lab for toxicology analysis, yes.
And were there any drugs or alcohol in his system at his death?
No.
I wanted to ask you a question about the chest wound. What organs did it hit, or what important things did it hit?
So the projectile path went through the chest wall on the right side, and then it hit the right lung. It went through the vertebral body or vertebral column of the spine. Did not appear to hit the spinal cord in that track. After passing through the spine, it then hit the left lung, and then went through the chest wall on the left side to end in the tissues where we found it.
And do you think that type of injury would incapacitate someone immediately?
It certainly could. These things it's not easy to really accurately predict, because different people have different responses to the shock of the trauma and the pain and debility that would occur immediately. But there was nothing about the injury that would absolutely cause immediate incapacitation, like an injury to the spinal, a clear injury to the spinal cord.
Severed spinal cord.
Right. Or a severe traumatic brain injury, or maybe even a severe injury to the heart. Those things you typically would expect to have near immediate incapacitation from. This didn't have that. So potentially could there have been some activity, some ability to take some purposeful movements or motions or things? I think it's possible.
Possible, but probably not likely.
Not likely to do a great deal. I think in my experience, most people who suffer injuries like this do fall pretty quickly from the place where they're shot.
Okay. And were you able to determine the cause of death?
I was, yes.
And what was that?
I determined the cause of death to be the gunshot wound to the chest that we've been describing, with perforations of the lungs, and the medical term I use is hemothoraces. That's blood accumulations that are occurring in the chest cavities around the lungs on the right and left sides.
Okay. And I noticed that you didn't mention that you had mentioned earlier that there were a couple other injuries, one in the head and one, I don't remember where you said it was, but I noticed that those didn't play a part in that cause of death. What are those injuries?
So there was an injury to the back of the head, a typical scraping and bruising injury that we might see from someone falling and striking the back of the head.
Okay. So if he were shot and then did fall, it might do that to his head.
Yes.
And where was it located on his head?
Essentially on what we call the occipital protuberance, or the back of the head where I'm putting my hand now.
Okay. And what was the other injury you observed?
The other injury was a very minor injury to the back of the thigh, really barely noticeable. I don't really have an opinion as to what caused that injury, but it wouldn't have been anything that was debilitating or causing any problem, and certainly wasn't associated with cause of death.
Okay. And is it possible that that injury was inflicted or he had that injury at a different time?
I mean, it's possible. I didn't see clear evidence of healing in that injury, but it could have occurred outside of the circumstances of the shooting.
Okay. So the cause of death was that chest gunshot wound. What was the manner of death?
Manner of death, I determined to be homicide.
Okay. Thank you. I have no other questions.
Mr. Taylor. And again, for my purposes, I consider your objections to the right bicep wound to be preserved, even though I know you're going to ask questions about it. I consider it preserved.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Let's drag it now. I'm tired now. We're watching until lunch. There's a little bit left. There's about half an hour left, and then we'll call it a night on this
Afternoon,
one.
Dr. Vega.
Good afternoon.
Nice to see you again. I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. I want to start, if I can, with the wound to the chest.
Yes.
What made the projectile, otherwise known as the bullet, you said that the track of the projectile was from anterior to posterior, front to back, and right to left, correct?
Yes.
All right. Were you able to determine what caused the bullet to take the turn from right to left? Did it deflect off bone, a rib? You know.
There was no deflection. That the trajectory of the projectile prior to entering the body did not change significantly in terms of how it passed through the body.
Okay. Now, if you were going to scientifically determine the trajectory of this bullet, which you've told us is front to back and right to left, you know from your examination that you recovered the projectile from the back of the deceased, correct?
Yes.
So you would be able to show scientifically the entry wound, which was approximately where the right below the nipple, and trace the path through the body where you come to find the projectile lodged in the back, correct?
Yes.
All right. And with respect to the wound to the leg, from the interior of the right leg, which exited the posterior, the outside of the knee, you showed us the entry hole and you showed us the exit on the outside of the right knee.
It's okay though.
Said that they were typical of these types of gunshot
20
wounds.
to 20 to midnight.
And you would theoretically be able to trace the path of the trajectory of the bullet from the entry to the exit, correct?
Not even theoretically. I mean, I was able to make that
As a
that
fact.
track. Yes.
Okay. And I think to add even more measure to it, a projectile was recovered that was tested that had blood on it that came from the shot to the leg.
There was a fragment of a projectile that I was able to recover from that path through the leg. Yes.
And if matched with the remainder of the projectile, which was in the room, it had a small piece missing, equivalent to fragment that you recovered in the wound for the knee.
That's possible. I'm not aware of the analysis of the projectile that was in the room that I never examined.
Okay. Now, with respect to the wound to the arm, we don't really have any facts that we can lay out equivalent to the wound to the chest, for example, or the wound to the knee, correct?
I think the observations are much more limited. There's much less data there to look at to try and make a determination.
Right.
Yes.
Which is why you can very candidly describe this as a probable grazing gunshot wound.
Yes, that's the terminology I used in my report.
Yes, because you weren't certain.
That's correct.
All right. And as you sit here today, you're not certain.
That's correct.
All right. So what allows you to conclude that it may be a grazing gunshot wound is your experience.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember I had the privilege of sitting with you and taking your deposition?
I do.
That was testimony under oath.
Yes, sir.
All right. And we talked about the wound to the arm. And I had presented you with, I think, 5 medical authorities that suggested that these type of wounds are always difficult to determine. And you agreed with that.
I remember the discussion. I don't remember the specific number of people that you might have gotten opinions from or such, but yes.
But you would agree, as you sit here today, that they are difficult wounds to determine.
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, I had asked you at your deposition how you determined the nature of the wound, and you corrected me and said you hadn't really determined the nature of the wound, which is why you described it as possible.
Yes.
All right. I want to ask you a couple of questions, if I may, Dr. Vega, about homicides. Not all homicides are crimes, correct?
Correct.
We have what's known as justifiable homicide, where, for example, a homeowner shoots an intruder at night in their home. Example of a justifiable homicide, correct?
Certainly could be.
All right. And we have excusable homicides, where a law enforcement officer, and arriving on a scene, encounters the perpetrator who has a weapon, and the law enforcement officer shoots and kills the perpetrator. That's excusable homicide.
It sounds like it could be. Yes.
All right. Do the absence of defensive wounds, Dr. Vega, necessarily exclude aggressive behavior?
No.
Okay. So somebody could be the aggressor and still not have defensive wounds.
I think that's possible.
All right. It also does not exclude the aggressor being the one that initiates a confrontation, does it? The absence of defensive wounds.
No.
You told us, again, very candidly, that you cannot, at least in these circumstances, determine the order of the shots with any reliability.
That's correct.
You've previously testified, and I would assume it's your testimony here today, that the deceased was facing the shooter at the time that the chest wound was suffered.
Yes, although based on the right to left component of the trajectory, the weapon would have been to the decedent's right side.
Facing, but not directly.
Correct.
Okay. Your autopsy report, you have it with you?
I do.
Okay. You might remember this off the top of your head in preparation for today's testimony. The examination was completed on September 28th, 2020, correct?
The autopsy was performed on that date.
Yes. The autopsy examination.
Yes, there are components of the autopsy, though, that were not done on that day. For example, toxicology and the microscopic examination. That requires tissues to be processed into glass slides, and then glass slides have to be delivered. And then I look at them when I have the opportunity. I add those findings to the other findings that I got the day of the autopsy, and that all goes into compiling the final report.
All right. And you signed off on the final report, did you not, on November 3rd, 2020?
I did, yes.
Okay. As the medical examiner, and you're the medical examiner for not only Manatee, but also Sarasota County, correct?
And DeSoto, and right now Charlotte County as well.
Find yourself a little busy. Do you have a working relationship with law enforcement?
Yes.
All right. That's pretty much the nature of the position, is it not?
It is.
All right. Do the detectives and the law enforcement personnel generally wait to hear from you, or do they periodically check in and say, so what do we got, Doc? Do you have a tentative opinion that you can give me? Is there any of that takes place?
It depends on the nature of the case, but certainly some cases there may be no communication at all until our final report comes out. In other cases, there may be discussions at various points during the evolution of the case from the autopsy to the final report. It very much depends on the nature of the case, the needs of law enforcement, et cetera.
Sure. So for example, like a poisoning allegation, that may be something that you're not in a position to give any kind of tentative opinion until the toxicology comes back.
That's possible.
All right. And a shooting, on the other hand, if they were to call and ask you, I got one question, Doc, was he facing the shooter at the time he was shot? That's something that you might be able to answer earlier.
Yes.
All right. I would not expect you to independently remember whether or not on any particular case you got any calls from a particular law enforcement officer to ask such an inquiry. Is that a fair assumption?
On an individual case, it would probably be difficult to remember every conversation of that type, yes.
Okay. And the scalp wound that you told us about is the type of wound that you said is consistent with somebody falling and striking a hard surface.
Yes.
Like a tile floor.
Yes.
Okay. So let me see, using this anatomical dial, if I can for a moment, I want to ask you about the leg wound. May I approach Dr. Vega, Judge?
Yes.
So, well, I was impressed with how easily you were able to put your leg up on the bar. Using this anatomical dial, if the individual that was shot was falling backwards and their legs went up in the air like this as they went back, would the trajectory of that leg wound be consistent with a shot to the leg that would go on the inside of the calf and exit on the knee?
If the leg were raised above the plane of the body while the body was falling, there's probably a location at which that angle could be produced. And I want to make sure I got the right predicate here, if you will. You're sort of assuming from the same position that the initial shot to the chest would have been fired. Is that accurate to say?
Well, again, like you, I can't say what the order was, but if there was a loss of consciousness and incapacitation and the individual were to start falling backwards, at some point in time, would the leg not be up where it would be consistent with that angle?
In addition to the body falling backward, the hip would have to be flexed and the leg would have to be brought in front of the rest of the body. If that were to happen, then yes, that angle could be produced.
The last question I have for you, Dr. Vega, is I want to ask you about the study of wounds. as a medical examiner, you're constantly called upon to examine various wounds and extrapolate how they were incurred, correct?
Yes.
All right. And that is, correct me if I'm wrong, a science in and of itself, is it not?
I mean, it's a field of study, so I suppose the term science is
Yeah.
appropriate. Yeah.
So we have, for example, crime scene people who study wound ballistics and the interaction between a projectile moving at a high rate of speed and human tissue and skin. Those are some of the things that you're called upon to interpret as well.
Yes.
Okay. Give me just a moment, Your Honor.
Of course.
Loves a moment. It's quite interesting. Quite interesting. I don't understand it all. I think a lot of homework is needed for this trial, but it is quite interesting.
Last question, Dr. Vega. Back to our scenario of the shot to the leg. Hypothetically, if somebody were to throw a karate kick with their leg or an attempt to kick, might that also be consistent with the trajectory of the wound to the leg?
It would have to be a unique kind of kick to, from the front in a standing position, be able to expose the back of the leg. But I suppose it is possible if the leg were raised high enough that the back of it were exposed to the person who's facing that individual, that it could happen.
Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Any redirect?
No, thank you.
All right. Can this witness be released?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you also have him under subpoena? Do you need him back?
Uh,
Usually when I say released, I mean the witness can go.
Yeah,
So-
we do not have Dr. Vega under subpoena.
All right, sir, you're releasing your subpoena. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is that yours? Or is that our clicker?
That's your clicker. Yes.
One more witness for a bit. There's lunch. Lunch.
All right.
What do we think of
Yes,
this?
ma'am, go ahead.
Do we have another witness that
this-
is fairly quick, or we can break?
I would just keep going through, but I'm known to do that and it's not well received. So how long do you think? I mean, I know for your direct, but I don't know how long the cross will be. So who is it?
It's a unit manager, the crime scene tech, Rich Talbot,
Oh, Mr.
and it's
Talbot.
just as to the stippling or lack thereof on the shirt. I have about 6 pictures.
Yeah, I think we can do
All right. Miss Sarah, can we do one more?
Yes, sir.
Do you stretch for a minute?
No,
Okay.
thank you.
All right, let's get this witness done, then we'll take a lunch break.
Thank you, Your Honor. Stay with call Rich Talbot.
Well, are we gonna? Do we think that we're gonna follow this trial? Are you all interested? I think it's quite interesting.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm
Depends
that the
when it's gonna
testimony
be,
shall
though,
give in
isn't
this case, to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I don't mean to put you on the spot. Any issues with education, training, experience?
Maybe.
Okay, so let's go ahead and put that all on. Go ahead, man. Sir, as the deputy said, 12 to 15 inches from the microphone, loud, clear voice should be fine. If you need to adjust it, please feel free to do so.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Rich Talbot, Talbot,
And by whom are you employed?
Manatee County Sheriff's Office,
How long have you been so employed?
for about 23 and a half years.
And what are your duties with the sheriff's office?
I'm in charge of the crime scene unit, so I run the day-to-day operations of the unit. And that can entail anything from assigning and reviewing cases to responding out to a crime scene. I'm responsible for supervisory type issues. And then sometimes I also do crime scene processing as well if they need it.
So sometimes you function as a crime scene tech.
Yes.
And how long, your whole 23 and a half years, has that been as a crime scene tech or there in the manager?
Yes, I spent 2.5 years as a regular technician and I was promoted to supervisor.
And during the whole 20 plus years after becoming supervisor, you've continued to work as a crime scene tech?
Yes.
And can you tell me a little bit about your education to become a crime scene tech?
Yes, I have a degree in criminology, a bachelor's degree in criminology. And once I got hired here at the sheriff's office, they have sent me to, I have about 300 to 400 to almost maybe 500 hours of job specific related training courses.
And has that continued throughout your time at the sheriff's office, even more recently when you've been functioning as a manager?
Yes, a lot of the time was in the first probably 10 to 15 years that I was here, and then but our training goes more towards the newer technicians now, and now it's more supervisory type classes that I attend.
Yes, sir. And has your
Yeah, I
training
agree.
included
agree.
using an infrared camera?
Yes, I attended a training class for that.
And what is an infrared camera?
An infrared camera allows you to actually create a contrast between the surface that you're looking at, the item, may be clothing or skin, and it creates a contrast and it takes some of the colors out of the item you're looking at, and the substance that may be on the clothing or on the skin, it enhances that.
And that's a type of camera the sheriff's office possesses.
Yes, we do have one.
And you have used it regularly over the years for testing.
Yes.
And do you have to use an alternate light source? That's a mouthful for me. I'm sorry. To take the photos, or is it something that the camera does itself?
No, the camera actually, there's filters put on the end of the camera lens, and we hold a small infrared flashlight.
Is there a date set already for the trial then? Do we know? Anybody know if there's a date set?
That actually you shine on the surface of the object that you're looking at, and then the camera takes the picture.
I see. So we'll come back to that, but I want to take you back to September 27th of 2020. Were you working that day or on call at least?
On call.
Okay. And did you respond to a scene at 11331 White Rock Terrace?
Yes, I did.
And was that as a supervisor?
Yes.
But while there, did you assist crime scene tech Amanda Conlin in some of her scene processing?
Yes, I did.
And did that include the trajectory rods?
Yes.
And so on that date, were you present the entire time Ms. Conlin was there processing the scene and learning along with her?
Enough of
Yes, I
that.
was.
Thank you. Did you at some point a couple days later return to the scene to do some additional work?
Yes, we did.
And what was that for?
That was to go out and complete a scanning of the crime scene utilizing a ferro-terrestrial laser scanner.
And was that completed by yourself or another crime scene tech while you were there?
The main person completing that was CST Rudolph.
On about a week later, I guess, on the 6th of October, were you asked to actually process some items in the lab?
Yes, I was.
And what were you asked, or what did you assign yourself to process?
Essentially, there was a shirt that the victim in this case was wearing at the time of the incident, and I was asked to examine that shirt for any gunpowder residue or anything like that, stippling.
And what is stippling? And let me ask you this. Through your time as a crime scene tech and the unit manager, have you dealt with a lot of gunshot cases?
Yes, we have.
And have you received training and experience in things such as soot and stippling?
Yes, the training and experience is a lot of different cases that have involved that.
Yes, sir. Okay, so what is stippling?
Stippling.
To be honest with you, Terry, I thought that they might have set the trial already and just doing this in between before that's why I was asking, just in case that there had been a trial set, but they then wanted to do this in between before that time. That's the only reason I was asking, but it's all good.
It is small particles that are that come out of the end of the barrel of the gun, from the ammunition, and depending on the range of the gunshot, the firearm from the surface of whatever it's striking, it's basically small particles that will show a pattern or of burn marks or little particles that are landed on that surface.
Because correct me if I'm wrong, when a gun is fired, I call it bullet, the projectile leaves the end of the barrel,
That's correct.
and with it, gunpowder, which has made it go bang, might also exit.
Yes.
And is it your understanding from your training and experience that at certain distances that gunpowder could land on a victim or clothing on the victim and leave some residue?
Yes.
It's a bit leading, so.
Okay, and so what is soot?
Soot is just a like a burn mark or something like that the powder is leaving on the skin or the clothing or stuff like that.
And would that be the same where the powder, just expand a little bit on the powder from?
The firearm.
Thank you.
Or from the ammunition.
Thank you, sir. And did you in fact process the victim's shirt in this case?
I did.
And did you document using a regular camera and or an IR camera?
Yes, both. We took photographs of the shirt with a regular camera, and then using the infrared camera, we took photographs of it.
And could you explain a little bit more about the process? You said there's different filters. Could you just explain so that we can understand exactly what that means?
Yeah, there's the camera kit that the IR camera uses comes with 3 different filters, I believe, and there's different levels of the light, the amount of light that it allows in from the infrared flashlight. So there's different levels of the filters that will allow it to see different light.
And based on the different levels of light and the different filters, what occurs to the item you're examining?
Depending on the filters, the more light that lets in, it's just the more the filter will allow more light in, and the shirt, you're looking at a shirt in this case, the colored background will fade away more using the different filters. You have different levels of the background that's taken out, and then the substance that's left on the shirt will absorb the light, and basically it creates more of a contrast between the substance that's on the shirt and the background color of the shirt.
And Mr. Talbot, I'm going to show you 39 through 43 was going to be marked on the state's exhibits. Would you take a look at those pictures and tell me if you recognize them? I said, I don't know. It's 39 through 44. I may have misspoke. I'm not sure if I said 43 or 44.
Yes, I recognize them.
And how do you recognize them?
They're the photographs that I took on the shirt that day.
And do they appear to fairly and accurately depict the examination you performed on October 6th of 2020?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time the state would ask to move in states 39 through 44.
Any objection? Received?
And may I publish them?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Talbot, there's a laser pointer there if you need it.
Thank you.
I'm gonna steal.
Mrs. True, you might need to unsubscribe and then subscribe again.
I'm showing
A
it
lo-
was, sorry, this is States 39.
I'll just say that. Mrs. True, Nafata, but you might need to unsubscribe, subscribe, and press that bell again. Spider Girl had an issue like that not long ago either. So she didn't never got notifications.
Can you just kind of describe for the record what we see here?
This is just an overall of the shirt on the front side of the shirt as we put it back together a little bit as much as we could. You can see the cut marks in the shirt where EMS cut the shirt off the victim.
So it's kind of a cross in the middle, and that's, you're understanding that's from EMS.
Yes, that's what I believe to be.
Thank you. And then what's the area of interest on this shirt?
This right here is the gunshot hole in the front of the shirt. And I placed a white card in behind that to be able to see the hole.
And I'm going to show you States 40. There was only one. How many holes did you find in the shirt?
Just one.
Okay. And so this is the same one we just saw in States 39.
That's correct.
Okay. And you said you placed a white card behind it.
Yes.
Okay. And so these two pictures that we've just seen, are those through a regular camera at regular light or not?
Yes, I believe they were.
Okay. And then after taking photos at regular light with a regular camera, what do you then do?
I then start using the infrared camera and just take some more of the same series of photographs, but not without the overall in it.
And during the course of that taking, are you changing those filters you told us about?
Yes, I changed the filters as I went through, going through each level of the filter to see what is going to show the best contrast.
And I believe States 41 through 44 is a sampling of those photos. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to show you States 41. Do you, ultimately, when you're using this infrared camera, if there were stippling and soot, what would you expect to see?
I would expect to see the background colors of the shirt to lighten quite a bit, like where you see this dark right there and it's gray, it lightens up significantly. And if there was stippling present, you would see darker particles or powder burns around the bullet hole.
And in States 41, do you see any of those darker particles or bullet or burn marks?
No, I did not.
I'm going to show you States 42. It looks somewhat different than 41. And what accounts for that?
It's just a different filter, and the background on the darker area is lighter.
I don't know,
color now.
maybe.
The
I don't
gray
know.
shirt is lighter color even more to it, where it's almost like towards a whitish color.
And did you see anything under this?
Actually, maybe just do the notification, press it off, and put it back on again. Maybe you don't have to do unsubscribe. Just do the notifications, put it to off, then put it back on to each time.
Filter that indicated to you there
I
was
have no
stippling or
idea.
soot.
No, I did not.
And I'll show you States 43. Again, it looks a little different.
Yeah, and it is just another filter we used, and again, there was no other areas of stippling that we thought it could be there.
And then finally, States 44. Again, a little different. Is this a different filter again?
It may be a different filter, but it's also a closer up shot, showing the bullet hole a little bit closer.
And now we see some faded portion there around the bullet hole. What is that? Is that attributed to anything?
In my opinion, it was attributed to just wear and tear of the color of whatever the color of the shirt is, and you can see the wear and tear in another location of the shirt showing the same thing.
And was that location close to the bullet hole or somewhat at a distance?
Further away.
So after conducting this examination of the shirt using your infrared light, did you find anything that indicated to you there was soot or stippling on the shirt?
No, I did not.
Can I have just a moment, Judge?
Yes.
Try unsubscribing and subscribing. It shouldn't affect it. It shouldn't affect it. Yeah. Oh, thank you, for that. You won't have to. You won't have to. I think it'll
Through your
work
time
fine.
as a crime scene tech and subsequently the manager, have you been trained on or come to know through your experience generally how far soot or stippling exit or how far away the gun would be?
I couldn't give you an expert answer on that question, but through my experience and with the medical examiners and some different firearms experts, I've heard that it's outside of 3 feet. Inside of 3 feet, you're going to start to see some of that stippling and gunpowder maybe. So that's just the general thing that I've come up with that I've known over the years to be at outside of 3 feet.
Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions, Judge.
Cross. And do you want any of this or?
Yeah, we can have the lights in 2 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Do you-
Absolutely.
I'm-
No, I was just saying, were you going to use the display?
No.
All right. Yes, sir.
Afternoon,
Let's
is
know if
it,
it works.
Deputy or Mr. Talbot?
Mr., if you wish, that's fine.
Civilian.
Yes,
All right. So, Mr. Talbot, you've told us that you examined the shirt, it
Days.
had no signs of stippling,
that's correct.
and stippling being the gunpowder residue that comes out the barrel of a gun when it's fired.
Yes, the small particles that will come out of the gunpowder.
Right. A lot of times it leaves like tattooing when it's in close range.
That's correct.
All right. And you've told us that stippling generally travels, I believe your words were outside of 3 feet.
Yeah, the distance, if you're expecting it to show up on the skin or the shirt or something like that, they would expect it to be somewhere around 3 feet. You'd expect us to see it there.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that what you're telling us by your testimony is that making believe that you are the shooter and I am an assailant, and I have previously on this occasion assaulted you, and now I am coming at you again to assault you. You're telling us that you shot me, and when you shot me, I was 4 feet or more away from you.
Potentially.
Yeah. That you chose not to let me get closer than that to assault you a second time.
Potentially, yes.
That's all.
Any redirect?
No, sir.
All
Thank you.
right, can this witness be released?
I've stayed.
Yes, sir.
All right, sir, you're releasing your subpoena. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, let's take a break. And it's just a little bit before 1. I think we can be back by 2. It's a little bit after the lunch rush, so hopefully everybody can get in and get out. Does that sound all right?
Yes, sir.
Sound okay?
Right. So we're going to pick that back up on Hiya, Lady Law. I'll just say, are we going to pick that back up on Monday? I used to be one of the first on. Now I have to look. I know. Enough of that. Now I never see you. I don't know what's going on. Hiya, Lady Law. I just jumped on Sean's as well. Say hello to Lady Law. Now, this is a lot better picture, Lady Law. Oops. So this one is a standing ground hearing, Lady Law, about a ballerina who was accused of murdering her husband. Now the ballerina is fit as fuck, gorgeous, and her husband was 30 years older. There's a lot of like DV involved and stuff like this, or accused of it. Um, so there's only another what 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 4 plus today, another 5 hours left. Um, so yeah, we're gonna watch the rest of it at 10 o'clock Eastern on Monday, and that's gonna be completed then. So yeah, it's just a hearing, it is, and the judge hasn't made a decision, so we don't know what the verdict is yet. I think it's gonna go to trial. Do you know what I mean? So, and he's waiting to get the transcript back, which will take quite a bit of time, I imagine. Um, so yeah, that's what it is. It's confusing, but it's interesting, if you know what I mean. So hoping to learn a lot more about it. Um, I think it's definitely something we're going to follow. I've learned my lesson. Normally, I'd be powering through now, going right. Let's finish it. Let's finish it. I can't. I've learned my lesson. You get too ill. So Monday we're going to finish it. And then Tuesday we're doing Johnny Depp, and then we'll see what happens after that. Definitely not as blonde as I used to be. I need to fix that. You're a beauty no matter. She is, isn't she? Enough of that. She is. You're the sweetest, enough of that. And enough of that is sweet as well. Yeah. Everyone, to be fair, in this community is very sweet. The only person that's not sweet to me is Spider Girl. She just gives me rows. But that's all good. You missed a good stream last night, Lady Law. It was only like probably 4 or 5 of us, but it was a cracking stream. Just talking about American culture. So I'm gonna try tacos now. I'm gonna have to eat tacos on screen. Um, know your limits. I've got a migraine starting. I've not rested much lately. Yeah, yeah, no, I know. This is why I'm not gonna do much. And we had a really good stream today by Brian Kohlberger as well. Very informative. Really enjoyed that one. Again, not big numbers, but very interactive. I loved it. And this one now. Um, Tonight's been good as well. I've enjoyed. Struggled a bit at the end there, but yeah, no, I definitely know my limits from now on. I'm not gonna push myself too much, and that's why finishing this off Monday is no issues. We're in the weekend now. Monday, when you got the Monday blues, you can switch on at 10 o'clock Eastern and go, "Huh, let's watch this bad boy." And then on Tuesday, we'll watch episode, I believe, 11 of Johnny Depp. That means we're getting closer now towards Amber Heard. So yeah, we're getting there. Where's your partner in crime today? You talking? You're talking about Mad World, aren't? Are you talking about Mad World? Are you talking about Mad World enough of that? Think you are, but I want to check before, in case you talk about another partner in crime. I don't think there's another partner in crime. I think it is Mad World, isn't it? So bad news. Enough of that. Bad news. Mad World has left the building. She she's deleted her YouTube account. She's deleted all of her social media accounts. She's no longer on Twitter as Mad World. Um, just totally. I spoke to, well, she liked one of my tweets. No, no, it's fine. Lady Low, it's fine. She liked one of my tweets on Monday, I believe, and by the afternoon, she had deleted everything. Didn't say goodbye or anything, just left. So, which is unfortunate. And she permanently deleted stuff. It wasn't like she could come back as Mad World. She can't. She permanently deleted it. So she's gone. Enough of that. She might be back, but she won't be back as Mad World. Do you know what I mean? So I hope she's okay. Um, it was very strange that she did it, but what can we do? Do you know what I mean? Not much I can do about that. So yeah, we will miss her enough of that. I'm sure you'll miss her, but nothing much I can do about that now. It's just a shame she didn't reach out. If she was like I knew she was struggling with trial fatigue, and I spoke to her about that, and I was like, "Look, just take a break, just go away for a couple of weeks." And but she enjoyed the stream and stuff, but didn't enjoy the trials. So I just told her, "Well, why don't you just mute the stream and just mod and stuff like, you know?" But and she was going to do that, and then she just, what the fuck? I hope she comes back. She reaches out. Um, Hope she's okay. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's just real life stuff, you know. It's just funny that she didn't hide the profile and stuff. She physically deleted everything, you know. So something must have happened. I'm not really sure what happened. I've been going through my messages with her just in case it was something I said, and I don't think I said anything that would make her, leave. So, um, I don't know. We just don't know what goes on with people in real life. So, yeah, I'm the same as you. Hope she's okay. Um, yeah, not much I can do about it now. I have to move on with it. Hopefully, she does reach out if she wants to come back. She's always got a place here whenever she wants to come back. Just a real shame, just a real shame. Um, sometimes people have left here on a regular basis. If you think about it enough of that, the only people now are left from the start are, from day one, are yourself and Spider Girl now, really. And obviously you pop in and out, but Spider Girl's the only one. Mad World and Spider Girl were the only ones that were there every single day. Um, but now, yeah, Mad's gone. I didn't expect that at all. You get a rollover all the time, but if you think about it, like at the start we had Erin and Rosie and Chrissy and all them, they've all gone, you know. Erin's gone. Erin didn't like my the way I was doing the channel. Erin didn't like the way the channel was going. I speak to her now and again. Well, I haven't spoken to her actually, that's a lie. I spoke to her probably about a month and a half ago. Um, I unfollowed her just for the reason she wasn't comfortable with my content. So I was like, look, fine. I got no malice towards you. I'll just unfollow you. Do the same. It's all good. But yeah, she didn't like my content. So the sarcasm and stuff. So she felt it was reflecting bad on her, and um, you know, no hard feelings. Shane, she was lovely. Um, Billy was the same. I mean, I had to ban Billy in the end because she got too much, but Yeah, Rosie never comes back. Rosie's gone. She's gone to other streamers. Um, which again, totally fine. Um, so yeah, it's even with Chrissy and Shannon and yeah, it's weird when you think about the names that we used to have here that are no longer here. But do you know what? It doesn't matter. We got Lady Law, we got Terry, we got Sarah P. You know, we got new people coming in and out. Carwyn's still here like a bad smell. You know, can't get rid of Carwyn. Bloody hell. Um, so yeah, it's like what do you call it? That roundabout. You know, just people come in, people go off. It'd be nice if we kept people a lot longer. Then we got Amy and Heidi, and there's a lot of people that come in. Kim and Shauna. Um, so yeah, I mean, absolutely. This is what I mean. It's a nice bunch. I don't want people to stay here if they don't feel comfortable enough with that. I am me, so I'm not going to change it. I don't hold any malice towards people that want to go somewhere else. It's just I'm not really going to change. So Melissa hasn't popped in for a while, unfortunately, but we got a replace Melissa though. We got Luna here now, so we got Mel, who was a lunatic. We replaced her with Luna, who's a lunatic. So it's all good. Hi, David. Hope you're well. Hope you're well, David. If I don't see you live, I do try to rewatch at night when I'm done alone. When my day is done. Yeah, no, I know. I try to do a few more videos now as well. Um, got some videos out. I know you're here, you fucking stalking bitch. Luna, she stalks me everywhere I go. Cranky. See, Cranky came in today. How are we doing, Cranky? Hope you're well. Hope you're well, Cranky. We had Willie in here earlier on as well. We picked up 2 new subscribers today, Cranky and Willie. Do you know what I mean? Loving it. We that Brian Kohlberger thing, that was good, wasn't it? I enjoyed that, Cranky, um, this morning. I enjoyed that stream, talking about Brian Kohlberger. It was really nice for everyone to share ideas and stuff like that. Cracking, as they say, cracking. I'm not sure if people have been watching thingy, this hearing. I would say we stopped it for tonight, but I'm a bit confused about it. Spidey's not here, so she can't explain anything to me. So we'll watch it. Oh, Toxic's not here either. Banshee's not here. Jesus, where's everyone? Everyone that can explain it to me is not here. But yeah, we watch the rest of Monday now, and then Depp and Heard on Tuesday. So it's good. Cranky, not sure if you watched Depp and Heard, Cranky, but we're gonna be going day 11 on that one on Tuesday. We're just doing once in a blue moon. Do you know what I mean? So David as well. It's 50-50 whether they're gonna move the business trial as well. It looks like they won't, but they're just depending on the psych um, review they're doing on business now. So they're going to make a decision where if the trial's going to be moved literally before jury selection. So just in case you hadn't heard that, I don't think they will move it. To be honest, I think show business will continue on the 24th, but there's still a risk that it might be moved forward a few months. Artie Ava, hello, Artie Ava. How are you doing? Never seen you before. Welcome. Always nice to see new people here. Unless you, like, some people love to fuck with me, right? They like to come in with a different name and they don't tell me they changed it and then they tell me afterwards. So you could be Carwyn right now. I have no idea. People love doing that shit to me. And then I get confused then about people. Um, So I don't really got much comment about this stand your ground hearing. I'm glad they're going through it quite quick, but I enjoyed the other stuff. I enjoyed Cobra Trey. I enjoyed having talk about Zachariah Anderson and stuff like that. I know not stuff not for everybody, but I'm enjoying it. Making these videos and getting people to contribute. Even though there was a small amount of us last night, last night was cracking. Some of you messaged me about it. It was cracking. Because of that, I'm gonna be eating tacos. I'm gonna change my name and photo again just to confuse you. Honestly, you've confused me. You confused me the one time. You did once confuse me, you're right. Bloody hell. Forgot about that. I was like that. I kept introducing to everyone. Hey, this is so and so, whatever. Your name was Sauce. Oh, I don't remember what it was now. You're like, it's fucking Luna, you dipshit. Oh shit, yeah, okay. Hi Luna. You mental case. Artsy, where you from, Artsy? Cranky's from the US. Where you from, Artsy? Ava? Are you actually Arty? Luna's going, appearing. She's over tan today. Luna's quite brown. She's out in Spain by Africa somewhere. And she burnt her nipples. She burnt her nipples out, topless sunbathing. No shame on her at all. Get them out. But I mean, as I said to Luna, I was like, if you got them, flaunt them. US, happy days. I don't think you've been on this channel before, Artie, have you? Um, but I mean, as I say, I hope you haven't been here before. Ventura, yes. Apparently, everyone's got their tits out, so that's a good holiday planned. Luna, when you go next year, let me know. Let me know the dates. It seems that we're always doing trials in Florida these days. I don't know why, but they just keep coming up. Fucking hell. I just said Florida. You're from Florida. Now, this isn't Amy now or something, are you? I mean, because fucking hell, I got people from Florida coming out. Amy from Florida, she's disappeared somewhere. I haven't seen her for a few days. I haven't seen her for a week, I don't think. She's from Florida. Are you here for this? Because if you are, yeah, you're fucked because I've finished for the night. I played up until lunch break, and I'm gonna play the rest on Monday. So apologies for that if you're here for this actual trial. Um, I just can't, It's like 9 hours plus today's, which is an hour. Where's Lefty? Lefty's gone. Lefty's left us. Yeah, I don't know where Lefty is. Probably with Sean and probably with whatever. I mean, you know what Lefty's like. He's in like 20 different streams. So he hasn't popped in to say hello today. Normally he says hello or nerds or something, but no, he's not popped in today. So I don't know. Cranky, make sure you come back Monday now for this second half of this. But even if you're not interested, you should come back. And you as well, Artsy. 10 o'clock Eastern. We're gonna be showing the rest of today. Luna will be here. Luna, what day do you fly back then? Just so I know when you can be quiet. When I can't expect you in here. Oh, because you need to come back for the Melly one, don't you? That's starting back up Monday. Oh yeah, you're gonna be excited again for Melly. Smelly Melly. He's on my I said he was on Sean's. He has not popped in here at all today, Lady Law. He has not even said hello to us today. Um, so I'm I'm not saying anything. Um, 9, 10. No, we've had some good. Cool. 10 p.m. Eastern. Sorry, 10 a.m. Eastern. Fucking hell. 10 a.m. Eastern. 10 a.m. Eastern. But Terry, it's 10 a.m. You're confusing me now. 10 a.m. Eastern. Thanks for coming in, Terry. On Tuesday, we've got 10 a.m. Eastern for Johnny Depp, day 11 as well. Um, yeah, we've seen a few new faces today, Lady Law. New faces today, which is good. Always good. They're probably left now because I told them we're not we're not playing any more of this trial, but it's all good. Wednesday, you go home. Fine, fine. So you're gonna be out of action for a while, Luna, because of the time zones and the jet lag. You're gonna really suffer jet lag. Oh, you are really gonna suffer because you're 8 hours behind. Oh no, sickening. 6, 7. Because right now it'd be like 5 if you're home. Oh, it's all good though. Right, we just dropped from like 12 people down to 4, so I presume everyone's had enough for tonight. So I'm not going to speak and stay and speak shit. So um, enjoy the rest of your topless stuff. When where he was, Lilo, I haven't seen him in here for a while. He wherever where's his home? Luna is on the west coast. Yes, WA on the west coast. I was gonna message you if she hadn't said. He's been streaming, but he never pops in here anymore. Basically, Luna, she got tits out in Spain. She's promised me pictures, Lady Law, so I'm excited. And also, look at me. I'm streaming in my boxers, right? Been streaming my boxers all day, so every time she's like, talking about topless, I'm like, I got a tent pitched in my pants, like, gotta be careful, like, gotta be careful with the images of that. No, but some people are topless, aren't they? Luna's out there topless, burning her nips out there. Yay for boobies, yes. Yay for tents in the pants as well. Alrighty, alrighty. A few more people come in, but for work. I know, it's class. I can imagine you've had a bad I saw you tweet that you had a bad day. Yeah, but just remember you get paid a lot more, so you rake that money in until you start streaming full time. And you lucky motherfucking bitch. How have you now landed that you can get 500 subscribers and 3,000 watch hours? How did they change that after I literally just got there? They are a bunch of wankers, like, can't believe that. So I grind all that. Not enough. Hey, that's fair, but still, being self-employed is not, it's not what you think it is as well. So it's tough going. Um, but yeah, I can't believe you're gonna get monetized way quicker now because of it. Oh, that's clever. We got thunderstorms on the way. Yeah, unbelievable that was Sal posted. I couldn't believe it. Hey, good luck to you guys. It's just the fact that like I made it like what 3.5 weeks ago. I was like, you kidding me? Like I could have made that a hell of a lot quicker. Do you know what I mean? So should try streaming. This is the thing. Once you start streaming, you're gonna be fine. The subscribers will come. Don't you worry about that. They're gonna come. They're gonna come. But you need to put content out there. So until you put content out there, people aren't gonna do. Once you put any kind of video out there, they'll come running. So it'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Just trying to bring Mad World around. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. R.I.P. to Mad World. We'll see what she comes back as if she comes back. Um, and well done to Sarah P, our new mod today, and also Toxic Orchard. Is it Toxic Orchard? Banshee. And Spidey's sleeping because she's been shouting at me all day today. Right, I'm talking shit now, which is good, but also tacos. Probably Thursdays they're gonna be tacos because my delivery's on Wednesday, so we'll be tacos next week. I'm talking to my first viewer Sunday. Happy day. Happy days. Happy days. That's good. Hey, if you want to do a recording, practice one, just let me know when I can jump on. If you're recording it, I can jump on if you want to do a fake one, just to check that you got the settings right and stuff like that. Then you can just delete it then. But I'm happy to jump on on the weekend or something if you want me to just check it out. As in, if you want to check your end out um, on your platform. Taco Tuesdays. Yeah, it is, but my delivery's not until Wednesdays. Until Wednesday, and we found country gravy, but it's like £7 to get it here. And I'm like, oh, it's not worth it. Let's try the tacos first, then we'll try the country gravy after that. Um, so we'll see. But yeah, hang on. Let me get it for you. Let me get it for you now. No, not that one. Here we go. I'll give you the link now. Oh, if I can find it. Jesus, why is it not? We changed it again or something. I need to unfollow people. I got too many people in my follow thing. Why can't I? Oh, here we are. Here you are. Oh, because you changed your fucking profile again, didn't you? That's why. Copy. For those of you that want to follow her, this is her One Out Wednesdays. Well, one out today. Whoa, one out today. Um, I've just posted it. I've done it. It's done it. You need a drunk US City tube. Well, unfortunately, David, I'm clocking off. Show the D. I'm clocking off today for tonight. Anyway, I've reached my capacity, my limit. I'm trying to take it easy. But my boxers have been out all day. Fuck. Stretch that calf out. Yeah, thank you, Sarah P. No worries. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We're leaving now anyway. It was a closing down thing anyway, so I've sent that out. Yeah, sorry, Jimmy, you just literally come in the wrong time. I'm done because it's nearly half past midnight now. So 00:30 AM, and I've made promises I will always try to get to bed early. Got it, thank you. No worries, dudes. You will have a nap now, Lilo, you will. Right, guys, love you all as always. I'm gonna go off because I need about half an hour to decompress and then go to bed by 1, hopefully. And I got 4 of my nieces here tomorrow, so it's an early start tomorrow. So yeah. So why are you on Nick? Did you get Nick off? Did you get Nick? I don't get what that really means, but I'm sure it's got some meaning. Want to take a nap together? Fucking hell. It's getting saucy now. Friday night streams get saucy. Um, close that down. So wait that. I ask the same question to Luna every night as well, but she never answers me. Uh, tweets. Right. David said he got Nick off. Yeah. Hi, Young. How are you? Unfortunately, Young, it's a hi and bye. I'm just closing down. But thank you for popping in. Thank you, David, popping in. Thank you, Lady Law, for popping in. But yeah, I'm done for the night now. Is David drinking? Yes. Oh, Jesus. I was just joking, Luna, about coming over to take a nap with you, like, so I can rest my head against your boobs, like. We'll take a nap together. To fly out to America. Right. On stream napping. I could nap easily. Lou, sweet jeebus. Mhm. Anyway, right, I am gonna close it down now because I wanna decompress. Lovely to see you all. Thank you for popping in. It's been a long week, but been a fantastic week. So thank you. Gotta do some videos on the weekend, and then we got some stuff next week. So, come fly with me, come fly away. No, I'm napping with Luna. Don't worry about me, MLS. I'm napping with Loons. Loons has got she's got two big what do you call them? Airbags. So I'll be fine. Come fly with me, come fly away. I think we're done. I better close down. Something middle of May. Right. End broadcast. I'm gonna end it. I love when you sing. I don't. I just yeah. Thanks, Lilo. I need to learn new songs. I only know like oh happy days when Jesus. Yeah. Um, I'm not talking with any of you people. No, I don't believe in sweet child of mine. I only know sweet child of mine. So I don't know all the lyrics. Like if he was singing now, I'd be like, okay, I would know. But I don't. I only know that line. Um, I need to learn a few more. I promise to learn a couple more lines on that one, but you can't sing too much of it, um, because apparently get copyrighted. Like, I'll get a row for it. We love to you. I'll sing to you. There's a caption there somewhere. Right. Sunday, Monday, happy days. Tuesday, Wednesday, happy days. Thursday come. Da 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 da. Something, something. Oh, happy days. Oh, happy days. Da 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 da. Oh, happy days. Shh. I need again. I know. Oh, I can do the Welsh national anthem if you want. Yeah. Mae hyn wlad fy nhadau yn anwyl mi. Ba'r chwyrach antorion enwogion o fri. Ein gwrol rhyfelwyr, gwladgarwyr tramad. O bydded i'r heniaeth barhau. Gwlad, gwlad, pleidiolwyf i'm gwlad. Tramor yn bir, i'r bir hoff bai. Dros ryddid collasant ei gwaed. I've done that a bit wrong, but I did it the other way around by mistake. But that's the Welsh national anthem. A little bit out of tune, but it'll do. It'll do. It'll do, pig. It'll do. Right. With that, loving the profile pics, happy days, and oh, we shall end the stream. Gonna have I'm gonna have a sleep. Oh, I'll have to do another translation for you, Luna, some other time. Sounds like a drunken sing off. No, that's our national anthem. That is, I did it a little bit wrong because I'm a bit tired. I did the last lines, mix them up. but whatever, it doesn't matter for this. No one knows. Let's carry windows here. Ugh. Go to sleep, there, law. Go to sleep because I'm going to sleep now. So yeah, you won't listen to me. Yeah, because it's what well, it's still early for you. I suppose 6:40 for you, so still a little bit early for you. But you don't go to sleep too early, do you? But it's nearly 1 a.m. here, 20 minutes away from 1 a.m. Me and Luna are on the same time zone, so um, right, I am gonna end it now. So love you all. Erin, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate you. And with that, I'm ending the stream. Love you all. Thank you. See you later. End broadcast. I can't sing you a lullaby. I'm literally going now. Love you, Lady Law, as always. Luna, love you, whatever. I'll answer your message now, Luna, and see you tomorrow. Well, I won't probably won't see you tomorrow, but I'll speak to you soon.